This is the Shepherd Sling, November 26, 2022, episode number 68. And we are back aboard the modified freighter, the Kitten Glider, where Alex Trebex, aka Ted Yedman, and Tuku Fosku, aka Buck Blitzer, and Roquan are deep in thought, trying to figure out their next steps towards helping Dern Plast rescue rebel assets and friend Scorch Neuro from the Vradix vial, where he is being electrocuted and eaten by electric eels down in the Killing Fields arena. The No White, aka Tovadri Clue, and Muki Mozu are resting and plotting for the semifinal match against the Green Nikto corner of Kurdik IV, the Wookiee. The Kitten Glider is making its way towards the treehouse after the completion of round one, and the camera zooms in on the PCs aboard.
They've fallen asleep.
Is this
Just
pod race starting soon?
Justinian's voice comes over the loudspeaker on the Kitten Glider and in the arena, and it says, "For a little between fight entertainment, more blood for Ingueshu." And there's horns sounding down in the arena as large energy walls go up around the canvas huts that Vod and Mookie and Kurdik IV and his medic droid are inside. Little energy walls go up around them as from a far door on the floor of the Killing Fields arena, two rather big and majestic bucks, BUCK, small BUCK, of Creation Thumpers. I'm showing them in roll 20. Two beautiful Creation Thumpers are pushed out from one door at one side of the arena. These are bigger Creation Thumpers than what you had ridden earlier on Cythera, and they paw the ground and smell the air and snort
Can you put it
slightly
up again?
nervously as
Yeah,
I don't know if it came up before. It's on roll 20 there. Yeah.
Fire it off again.
I'm not seeing it on my end.
Yeah, same. Yep. See the map.
Are you seeing anything on roll 20 right now?
The map.
I see the map.
A little
Oh,
exclamation mark
you know why?
popped up.
Oh, on the wrong page.
Well, take that and make sure you know what the map looks like, guys. There we go.
Hey.
On the floor of the arena, pushed through two doors, through two unseen people behind them with electroprides, two large creation thumpers are pushed out onto the floor of the arena, pawing at the ground and sniffing the air, just making sounds, as at the far end of the other side of the arena, two Nexu are prodded from a door, snapping back at the Electro Pride behind them. To the delight of the bloodthirsty audience, the Creation Thumpers notice the Nexu coming out onto the floor and go into defensive posturing and running, and the Nexu stalk like tigers closer and closer, and the Creation Thumpers fight back with their large racks on their heads, pushing and poking at the Nexus and knocking them onto their backs as the Nexus snarl and continue their pursuit. Ultimately, one of the Nexus gets the better part of one of the Creation Thumpers by grabbing onto its lower haunches and breaking its leg, getting it down to the ground and pouncing on its throat as the crowd cheers. Now with one Nexu getting its fill on a Creation Thumper stag, the other Nexu hunts the other one. The other one is bucking back and fighting valiantly, running, trying to get distance from the stalking predator. Ultimately, the Nexu makes a leap off a column onto the back of the Creation, grabbing down on the back of its neck. There's an audible snap that Vod and Mookie can hear on the floor as the Creation Thumper lets out a bellow and collapses breathless as the Nexu tears into the back. And Justinian, from his perch on the kitten glider, says, "Ha! A treat for my Nexu!" And you feel the kitten glider continuing its angle down towards the treehouse. The camera again zooms in on the PCs on the kitten glider.
Oh, that was brutal. God,
Yeah.
I didn't really
sure
come
you
here to
wanna-
see this stuff.
Buck, you sure you want to deal with this Justinian guy?
I think trying to work with him might be the better idea than trying to cross him at this point.
Fair.
I don't want to have those things chasing me.
I kind of don't want anything to do with him.
Yeah,
Is that an option?
that is an option, yes, Roquan.
We could just sit back, enjoy our show here, cheer on Vod.
Let this guy behind us lose more limbs.
Hey man, what did he ever
Well,
do for us?
I mean, has he lost any limbs? Looking at
I mean, he
think
just got a
that-
big chunk taken out of his
Yeah.
arm.
that arm kind of just hanging there.
what does he look like? Is he healing?
Well,
Or is he,
does
like,
not
is he
look-
permanently disfigured?
we try to determine whether he's worth it.
Does
No,
not
I'm-
look great. He does not look great.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we need to do something soon if we're going to do
But-
something.
I guess the question would be like, is he missing like an arm?
Why does that
From-
make a difference, Buck?
Because
Separate
isn't he
now.
in Bacta? Isn't he?
Well,
He is. He is in.
Yeah.
but I think
so
those
it will
heals
heal,
are
right?
kind of negating the fact that he's in Bacta.
But that's why I'm asking if he's missing any limbs. If he's just got a few cuts, that stuff will heal.
Yeah.
They're like there are pieces visibly bleeding in the water.
Yeah.
There's like pieces of his clothes that are ripped where you can see lesions on his body, like that look like raw steak, just kind of tendrils of blood going up in the water,
Okay.
just all over.
There's not an arm floating around yet, though. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay.
You've convinced me though, Buck. I think you're right. I think let's try and reason with him, and just kind of have the backup plan of,
I know.
we gotta have an exit strategy. I think in case he just completely tries to turn around.
I guess do I take an honest approach and just tell him that this man that you have, he's worth something to you, but he's also worth something to many others, and what's the price to have him freed? And can we help? Maybe we can offer to help pay whatever is owed to him.
Yeah, I think we're if we do that, which I think you're right. I think we should. I think we're kind of just counting on that he didn't do anything more than what they're telling us. Hopefully they're just trying to make an example out of him.
Yeah. And if that's the case, we take it from there. We just don't know.
No.
And I think worst case, if I try to have a chat, he might get pissed at me and, throw me out or try to have me killed. You might have to step in at that point. So that's why I'm a little bit leery about doing anything until we have a few more of our friends by our side. Ted here. Is Ted here? Is Ted gone yet?
No.
Okay.
I think I did go back to the garage in the last one, or did I?
Okay.
Did I stay?
We haven't landed yet. It's like you're moving towards that landing.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
How
I'm
much
worried
longer
about
do you
it
think you can
just
last
being-
though, Buck?
Yeah. If something goes sour, then it's just the three of us and Dern trying to, save the situation. So, you tell me when I'll try to make my move. I will try to seek an audience with him. But like I said, you tell me. I need advice. But that's where I'm at.
Ted, what do you think? I don't know if he'll last much longer.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He doesn't look good. Buck, I thought you were going to make the call, but I mean,
I can make the call. I just
We trust you.
If you have any other suggestions or ideas,
I think just play on the fact that we need the Empire is coming down real hard on them and on us, and right now the enemy of our enemy is my friend. I think.
Yeah.
I think that's our biggest tool with this argument. But I mean, you're better with that sort of stuff than me. I just talk to animals.
And I mean, I'd like to talk to him. This has to be during some downtime too, because he seems to be kind of on the pedestal quite often. So I guess it's a matter of timing when to kind of try to gain a little meeting with him, or how to even do that.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate goal for the rebels, or the rebellion, I think, was to gain access to Bacta trade, right, and to supply for Bacta.
Yeah.
That's what Scorch was providing. If Justinian can provide it or help us figure that out, then great. But that seemed like the ultimate goal.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, where's Rune? He's probably the one that can get us the audience, right?
Yeah, I mean, I might approach him first.
Yeah.
I don't know. These people don't seem like that crazy, so I'm hoping.
Well,
they're a little into their god here, those Niktos, but maybe I can take that angle. I don't know.
totally normal. Put somebody in back to tank, let them
Well,
get
I mean-
devoured.
Well, just don't cross them then. I guess.
We've seen some crazy shit across this galaxy, Ted.
Yeah, true.
This is one of them, but
Hey, I tell you what, I'd rather be in that tank than with whatever those huts would do to us.
I mean, it's torture, but he's keeping them alive, so I just don't know what this guy is.
All right. Well, you meet with him and find out, and
Okay.
we got your back as long as I'm not in a pod.
Just keep your
Nice.
pod or keep your comms open, and we'll figure it out if you need our help.
Yeah. I'm gonna head towards the pod racer.
And
it's
the
landed.
you feel the kitten glider kind of and you see you've again through this entire glass structure of this freighter that you're on, you're seeing branches passing under you right now of the treehouse, and it's making rapid descent, and you feel its thrusters kick in and its repulsor lifts, and it kind of shudders to a halt, and there's an announcement overboard that says landing at treehouse. Disembark now if you wish to watch fight number 2 from the ground or arena setting. We will take off again in roughly 10 minutes. And you hear psh, psh, psh. And at the front part of the kitten glider, the docking bay goes down. Landed on the top of the treehouse.
Buck would like to watch what Justinian does and Rune and maybe any of the other kind of close friends and allies of him.
Well, watching from afar, you've seen Rune and Justinian and kind of their closer entourage. Those people that were all kind of in the hall when you guys first came in the treehouse. So there's the entourage. There's pikes. There's a hut. There's a few humans wearing, capes and nice finery. There's, of course, all the Twi'lek maidens and things like that around, kind of fanning at him with their large kind of ostrich feather fans. There's that kind of group, kind of like a circle around him. And as the ship lands, he's kind of turning and in conversation with those people from the kind of MC stand that he's been on a lot of the fights.
Mm-hmm.
You see that group there. You see Rune walk off towards the bar from that group as the ship lands. That's kind of what you're seeing.
You said Rune does?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Buck will approach Rune and kind of just up at the bar, kind of gently tap him on the shoulders, like, "Hello, you're Rune, right?"
Yeah, that's me. I'm Rune. I run the Dasa Bege around here. I've seen you. You were at the feast.
Yes.
What's your name, ma'am?
Tuku.
Tuku.
Fosku. Yes.
Tuku
Pleasure
Fosku.
to meet you. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you run with you run with that Weequay that's down that kicked the crap out of that Harch on that first fight, huh?
That's right. That's right. Yes.
What are you guys, military? How do you learn to fight like that?
Oh, my van, he's just into the fight clubs, we like to go around and he does his little fight club every Thursday night back at Schuler, and he just enjoys it as a hobby, but he thought he'd kind of extend his wings a little bit, see if he can take on some of the big boys, if you know what I mean.
He's self-taught. He's not a trained fighter.
Well, he trains, but nothing really serious. He's just kind of all natural.
All natural, huh? Never,
Yep.
no military. You guys, none of you guys are any of that, huh? You got
Well,
no military background to fight like that.
Well, we're not Imperials, if that's what you mean.
Oh, there's all kinds of military in the galaxy, but anyway. So you run with that, and you got that Pantoran. That's your pilot, huh?
Oh yeah,
He pretty good.
he's pretty good. Put some money on him.
Yeah, I've been hearing things about that guy. Sounds like he's done some racing in the Starfighter circuit and whatnot.
He's great. He's a great pilot.
You close with him? You good friends?
We're friends. Yeah, we're friends.
Uh-huh. Subscribe to similar thoughts and ideologies and all that?
What do you mean?
The rumor is he's a rebel.
A rebel? What does rebel mean to you?
I don't know. He was on a race. The Pike showed me the film. He's showing rebel flags and all kinds of stuff when you guys are racing. We just found that interesting.
Well, he does.
You guys are both rebels, or just him?
Well, he does like to express he has no love for the Empire, like many of us.
I see. Huh. Well, what do you need from me?
Listen. It's actually regarding the man floating in the tank over there.
What about him? We don't like that guy.
You don't like him?
Yeah, why you want to know about
I actually
him?
don't know him personally, but rumor is he's quite the smuggler. Know anything about that?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's quite the swindler.
Swindler? Did he? Why? Obviously, he must have pissed off Justinian. Do you know any more about that?
He stole, he cheated, he lied. What more do you need to know? That's what happens when you mess with Justinian. He points over there. Right, fellas? He's yelling at the bartender behind him. Yeah, that's right, boss. That's what happens when you lie, when you cheat, or you swindle Justinian. You end up in there for as long as you can, and then you get it torn apart, and then we throw somebody else in there. What are you? Is he one of your friends?
Well, we'll say he's a friend of a friend, and he's worth something to me, and my friends as well. And I was hoping to gather an audience with Justinian, and maybe you could help me, so that we come to a mutual agreement about maybe settling some of these debts owed.
You're gonna pay his debts?
Well, we could certainly try.
So you're a friend of that guy in there, and you want to meet with Justinian and pay Justinian some money to get that guy out of there. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I bet Justinian would be very interested in talking to you.
Okay.
But, this is not a much day of business today, right now. You know what I'm saying? This is a party.
Oh, I am loving the party.
Mm-hmm. But you know this guy in the tank there, and he's a friend of yours, and you want to get him out, huh?
Well, I certainly don't want to see him killed in front of everybody, or maimed for life, or left without half of his head.
He deserves it.
Well, that may be true. I actually don't know, but he's worth something, and I think he's still worth something to Justinian too.
He's gonna be Nexu feed, yeah. That's about what he's worth right now. He had his chances.
I can get you Nexu feed if that's what you're after. Good stuff too.
Nah, I'm more interested to know why you're friends with this guy. Those are brave words. Saying you're a friend of that guy. He's public enemy number one around here.
Well, friends have friends.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I actually don't know him. He might be a piece of shit, for all I know.
But you're willing to
But-
pay his debt to Justinian, huh?
If it comes to that, yeah.
You like
Possibly.
him that much, though. That's usually not what people do for acquaintances. Who are you with?
Who am I with?
Who are you with? Have that kind of money.
takes a drink of his bubbly red drink on the bar. We're a secret organization. And Rune, I do trust you. I can trust you, right?
I don't know. I don't know if I can trust you. You tell me what you want to say or not.
Well, we like to transport things across the galaxy, including what you got here on this planet, Bacta, to people who need it. People who need it who are fighting those things that just flew by. You saw, loud and clear. Fly overhead. We fight those.
Yeah.
We don't like them. You can
What's
call
that
us
got to
what
do
you
with
want.
me?
What's it got to do with you? Well, they're coming here, aren't they?
Yeah, there are. I saw some Imperials come in. Yeah, it's something about an attack. Somebody vandalized an Imperial base or something around here. I don't know.
Well, you can say goodbye to your little games here and your fun having and your big yacht riding.
Ah,
Because
you're full of it.
say goodbye. I've seen it.
Why? Why?
Hmm?
Seen what?
I've seen what they do.
Who?
The Imperials. Heard of Gamoran?
Gamoran? Like that god over there? Gorman.
Gorman.
Yeah, that didn't happen. That got overblown. The media. That didn't even happen.
That's true.
Well,
You
hey,
know it to be true.
listen. I assure you that Justinian is very interested in meeting you and any of the friends of that guy in there. So tell you what, I can arrange a time for you guys to meet. I promise.
Lovely. When will this time be?
Well, like I said, he's probably going to want to have a good time at least through the end of the Baragrar. But like I said, I bet he's very interested to talk to you.
All right, well, let me know. I'll be here.
Yeah, if it opens up before then, we will certainly come and find you. Who are your other friends that are on this ship right now?
My friends, well, you already know my friends.
Yeah, you
You've
got the
mentioned them all.
pilot guy, and there was that kind of pale face guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then
And-
you know those two down there,
Yep.
and you're all of you are friends of friends with this guy in the tank.
Oh God.
Friends of friends, but like I said, I don't know the guy.
And all of you want to pay lots of money, even though you don't know him, to get that guy out of that tank.
Well, I'd like to at least arrange a deal, but it's on the table.
Okay. All
Hey, I'm
right.
I'm gonna
I am sure.
I'm gonna comment to Buck real quick because I can I'm over here and over at Hey Buck, just can you get an assurance from him if he's gonna wait on the meeting to make sure he doesn't kill him? Or like you said, maim him, because we're not gonna pay him if he's useless.
Well, we're not right. Whoa. Well, we're not paying anything until he's safe. Don't worry.
Okay. All right.
Hey, hey, Buck.
Hmm.
I thought we don't care about the guy if we got a back to connection.
Maybe we'll get one.
Okay. It just seems like being friends with the guy in the tank might get us in the tank.
I didn't say I was friends with him.
But that's what this guy keeps asking you.
You heard me?
Are
All
you
right.
listening in on
What?
his comms?
Are you?
He
Why are
left
you?
a
Why are
comment.
you? Who are
Yeah.
you talking to? Are you? Are you taping this conversation?
No.
Look, fella, I assure you, Justinian would be very interested to hear what you have to say. But just right now, this is the middle of a party, and what happens to this liar in this tank? That's in Imdueshu's hands at this point.
I understand.
Yeah, but he cut us pretty deep there, Tuku. He cut us pretty deep, and we can't let that happen. Justinian's a
like
proud businessman.
He does seem proud. I understand. Would you care to shed any light about the details of what he did? I mean, I'd like to know, because maybe he's not worth it to me either. Because, like I said, I don't know the guy. But he has skill, and I think he has worth.
Let's I think you're trying to charm him.
Yeah.
All right.
Or
so,
negotiate, kind of either, kind of in between.
Yep. Well, this is going to be let's see if how much backstory he's willing to give you on what's going on with this. What's up with Scorch Neuro?
Sure.
This guy is this Rune he's been in business a long time. He's nobody's fool. So this is gonna be an opposed check against his cool, okay?
Okay.
And what do you can pick whether you're rolling charm or negotiation.
Okay.
It kind of feels like charm.
Yeah, I'm trying to use my charm. I'll say charm.
So you're rolling this against his cool.
Okay.
And it's an opposed check, and the difficulty is going to be RRR.
Oh, damn. Okay.
He is a major domo in this organization, and yeah, he's nobody's fool.
Okay.
There's opposed against his cool, RRR, and I'm gonna have you take a setback, because he hates Scorch, and so any talk about like friends of friends of friends, he's like, I don't really like you very much either. So, RRRK.
Okay. I get to remove setbacks due to my talent of kill with kindness,
Very good.
so I can eliminate that. Such a kind person. And I will upgrade once with my Cascader and upgrade again with the Destiny Point.
And how is that Cascader upgrading this?
Well, I think it can be two things. It's like that enhancement to my appearance. So I don't know. I just look like a person you can trust.
Okay.
A little more, maybe.
Okay.
Soft my features to look like, someone kind enough where you could trust somebody. And I think it also affects my tone of speaking, where it's like, I'm not coming off as aggressive. I'm not coming off as, I'm just like a soothing voice a little bit. And so can I flip a Destiny?
If you want.
Why not? We got some.
You like that radio voice, Casey Kasem, kind of like, yeah, just kind of really awesome.
Exactly. All right, here he is. Mm. And I get
Two
to add.
advantage.
I get to add an advantage. Also from jewelry, my expensive jewelry. So I get 3 advantage. But it's a fail.
He's
Actually, hold on. I have talent. I can re-roll. Let me do it. Once per session.
natural charmer.
Yep.
All right.
Once per sesh.
Nice.
That's it, Buck.
However, though,
The,
like I already flipped the destiny, so
You just get to re-roll the same die pool. It doesn't say re-challenge. It just says re-roll. Rules is written.
Yeah, I think it's just I think it's
Okay.
just like you pick up the dice and you roll them again.
okay. All
Like
right.
that dice roll didn't happen, but this one does.
This one does.
This dice roll does happen.
All right, here you go. Oh,
Oh wow.
there's a despair.
A
This
price
one
to be
succeeds.
paid.
All right.
2 success, 3 advantage, and a despair.
It's a lot of advantage. Don't worry about that.
I'm worried.
So you are. He's taken in by your your charm, and he is willing to tell you a little bit more okay he's taken in by your charm, and he's willing to tell you a little bit more about the story. Okay. That's the success. So he's going to tell you a little bit more here. What do you want those advantages to look like in your charming attempt here?
Hmm. Um. I'm drawing a blank. Mm-hmm.
You could do something along the lines of making it a very positive influence of, somehow like on a positive scheme of making him more curious about seeing it in the positive light that you're connected with him in some way. Maybe out as a bounty hunter. I don't know. I should shut up.
Yeah, well, I was kind of thinking something similar. What my friends had just were worried about was that, like, hey, we're friends of him. I hope I drilled the point that, like, he is worth something, hopefully to both of us, in the way that, like, is from a businessman's perspective. That, hopefully doesn't shed a poor light on us just because we know this guy and are trying to help him. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like we're businessmen too. I'm a businessman too, and this should be a mutual thing where, like, hopefully we can settle it, and then also build upon that, that relationship. And
The excellent, and I'm gonna I'm gonna hold that despair for about 30 seconds, okay?
Sure.
All right. So he's charmed by you, and he's like, "Hey, come here, come here. All right. You know that that guy over there. He was he he was a he was a smuggler for Justinian. Scorch was,
Worked for him.
you
Sure.
know, yeah. But you know what he was doing?
Stealing.
He's skimming off the top. Yeah, like Scorch would load up the ship, and he had that Antaran freighter out there.
Mm.
Scorch, Justinian, he'd get him loaded up, and then he, I don't know, stuff was getting siphoned, stuff was getting skimmed off the top, and well, so I don't know if I should be telling you this, but look, he there was a shipment, a few moons ago, and he said that he got he got jacked. He said he got jacked by some Duros pirates, something like that. He said they took his whole shipment while he was out, but that's not what happened.
Mm.
You know what he was doing?
What's that?
He shipped that entire thing to some cell, some terrorist cell out there, out in the outer rim. Gave him all of it. He forgot to erase all his flight recorders, and there weren't no Duros pirates. He was communing with terrorists out there, and he gave him the whole $25,000 shipment. And well, old Justinian there, he's too smart. He's nobody's fool, and he found that out. And well, this is what happens when you try to lie and steal and cheat Justinian. You get thrown in there until you're just a hunk of Nexu feed. Because he didn't get there were no pirates. He was diverting those shipments. And as he finishes telling you that, a server droid behind you is walking, and it doesn't see a little silhouette zero Shad Rafan that was kind of coming up to the bar. The server droid turns, it walks into the Shad Rafan, and just whoa! The server droid falls, and it's falling. Its back hand smacks you in the back of the head, falling down, pulling your wig off your head. And as it falls, it also grabs and it rips where your dress is attached behind your neck. And so the dress flops open, revealing a hairy chest, beautiful, luscious, hairy pecs down to your waist. And your wig goes flying and skittering off 10 feet. So standing there for a moment in front of Rune, as he told you this story, is a half-naked man that looks a lot like George Clooney. Whoa, what the heck? Get your clothes on. Get your clothes on. And Rune just spills his drink and tries to push your dress up on your chest a little bit. Ah, oh my God.
Don't look at me. That's right, yeah. Scrambles to
What are you?
Put the disguise back on, looks around, and puts the wig back on. Listen, I can't be seen here.
Yeah, I should say not. You look like you got to go fix that up. Go to one of the bathrooms. Get yourself cleaned up.
Going.
And I'm gonna change the camera from you. The kitten glider lands. That was the despair. Was your costume getting knocked off in the middle of the people at the bar. The ship lands, and I'm gonna switch the camera to Ted.
Yeah. I'm gonna just pick up my weapons from the little droid. That we
Yep.
dropped them off, and
Yep.
all my things, and then I'm gonna head towards the garage.
Yep. And as you got off the ship and you made your way down to the open entry way at the bottom of the tree house after taking the elevator down, as you step out, you start feeling like a light mist, a light rain is starting to develop over this part of Bifera. And as you look up into the clouds and the rain starting to develop, you see coming from the west and over the top of kind of where you're standing is a TIE bomber with two TIE LNs behind it, just and just making like a big, slow dip wing turn around everything, and then flying back towards Zalzik City. And making your way to the garage.
Yep.
All right. And let's pull up the garage. So you went to Gonk Storage Unit 113 and got your stuff out of it, and are now outside towards the garage area.
Is that a reference to 1138?
No, but it could be. It was honest. I wish it was that cool. It's just a random number. And you walk into the garage, and now there's about 4 or 5 pikes in there talking, kind of walking around the ship, looking at it. There's also a Doug kind of plodding around, pointing up at the ship and talking to the pikes, as well as another Doug who's got a bunch of gauze wrapped around him and is walking with a cane on one of his arms, moving kind of slowly, limping their way around the ships. And 1 second, and they look up and they see you coming in, and and the leader who you had met before, Beryl Frovis, he's in there. The one who calls himself Alex Trebex, a famous rebel pilot of the Farstein Raceways. Ha ha! Here to race our pod racer, gentlemen.
Yeah, you got it. So, what's the winnings for this again?
I don't. That's been beneath me.
All right,
you-
but I
do
want
you know,
the win, right?
Lotto? Yeah. What was that?
The pilot walks away with the winnings, though, right?
My friend Lotto here informs me that is the agreement that he had. Indeed.
Good. Just making sure. What's going on? Who's everybody crowding around?
Oh, just checking out our ship. Checking it out. Lotto was impressed with the repairs you've been able to do.
Yeah, you're
Just,
welcome.
just gathering, getting ready for this Dasa Bege. Exciting times here. Exciting times with you, Alex Trebex, the one who calls himself Alex. Here for
Yeah.
your Farstein glory.
Did you put any money down on me?
Not yet, but I may before the race starts.
All right. Well, you might want to do that.
Where are you? Were you aware, Alex, that after your after that race that you ran, soon thereafter, Farstein was placed under an Imperial blockade?
Oh, I'm not aware of that. I got
Huh.
off planet pretty quick.
Oh, good. Seems like such a harsh response for just your rebel stunt with the canvas flag. Surely that couldn't have been it. That couldn't have responded so harshly to that, huh?
I think it was something else.
Uh-huh. I see. Well, you're not the one the Imperials are after this time, are you?
Nah.
Sure, surely not.
Are you the one?
Surely not. Ah, I'm sure they'd love to find me, but well, yes, such a strange coincidence. I used to use that West End spaceport for some of our freighters, but we've had to reroute since that garrison. Huh. Well, I sure hope it's not you who these Imperials are looking for, but yeah, if it is, run this race like it's going to be your last, right?
Well, I hope they don't find either one of us.
That's good. You must have powerful friends. Like we do.
Yeah?
Well, good luck with your race then, Alex.
You can
Come
just
on,
call me
gentlemen.
You can just call me Al.
Al.
X is my middle name.
Let us go, gentlemen. Let's get some seats aboard the Kitten Glider to watch Al, our friend Al, the rebel. And they go walking out.
Never met a pike I liked.
All right, Ted, are you doing anything down here on the It's probably about just about 2 hours before the actual race, about 1 hour before you go out on the racing course. You doing anything while you're down there?
I'm just, getting through, it's like pre-flight check, making sure nobody's tampered with any of the systems, looking over everything.
Yep. Looks pretty
Just-
much like you left it.
All right, cool. These Dougs are just hanging out.
They kind of scooted after that entourage. The only people that are left in here are the usual those usual pike soldiers that have kind of been here, kind of watching the garage the whole time.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna get it ready to pull up to the starting line.
And Roquan, are you doing anything?
I'm pretty much got my ears peeled to Buck, so I'm just kind of waiting to see how that all plays out. Especially since he might be covered blown now, so we're kind of just hanging out at the bar, waiting for that thing to unfold.
So when you saw his wig go flying 10 feet away and his dress rip in the back and fall down to his waist, what did you do?
Well, I didn't see him because I'm just kind of listening to the comms, trying not to, especially
Okay.
since I could kind of feel his eyes, Rune's eyes kind of looking over at us, or looking for his friends. So I'm really not looking at all. So I just kind of heard a mess. I didn't even, as of right now, I don't think I know exactly what happened.
Okay.
I just know that like a big commotion, and then once people started looking over, I guess I kind of glanced over, but I can't really see because there's so many people.
All right.
So I think that's what we're going on.
And you feel the ship lurch and begin gaining altitude again, leaving the treehouse and starting to float back towards over the arena. And as trumpets begin to play down on the arena. And Justinian, who Roquan and Buck would see on the inside of the kitten glider, still there. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the semifinal of the Baragrar Asher. Today featuring Kirdik the Fourth versus Van No White. The fight will commence in a few moments. And down on the arena, you hear that announcement, Vod and Mookie over the flat screens and the gigantic hollow that comes up in the middle of the arena. The force field that was around your little hut during the fight in which the Nexu slaughtered the Creation Thumpers. They have not cleaned up the blood off the ground, but those force fields rise, and across the field from you, across the arena, you see a large Wookiee stand up and give a big wearing his green garb next to an FX7 medical droid draped in a blue cloth, and the camera swings to you and Mookie. Vod.
Vod walks out holding his arms in the air with his club, or his pole, I guess is more like it. He plants it in the ground, raises his fist, and then does kind of these like sort of sensual dances along the pole. And he's like kind of getting the crowd all excited, plants it and wraps his leg and spins around and then comes flipping out of it and is like, wow.
And the crowd's like, wah! The crowd's cheering. They love that move. They love that move.
Mookie.
Mookie, what are you up to?
Steps out and waves at the crowd enthusiastically, and then kind of gives it over to Vod again to get the crowds more riled up.
The crowd's like stomping and do clap, and your little protocol droid comes up and walks up to you guys and gestures you towards the ring. Now there's just one ring where there were two previous, and the rain is starting to pick up a little bit. Those dark clouds, those big gray cumulonimbus clouds are above you, and there's a little thunder boomers off in the distance, and the rain's starting to pick up. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit as well as the protocol droid walks you guys towards the ring. Near to you on the other side of the arena, Kirdik the Fourth and his FX7 medical droid unit are making their way into the ring.
Mookie, remember how you could get into my head? You could speak to me like through your head. Let's just stay connected, okay?
You got it. Well, I have to be touching you, Vod.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I'll just use my voice box.
All right.
And over the comms, there is the traditional Nikto warrior chant playing as Justinian's voice booms over the loudspeakers. Now, the second fight round of this year's Baragrar Asher, Kirdik the Fourth versus the No White. And you guys step into the ring, and in the middle of the ring again, there is the hollow referee who goes through there will be 3 rounds. Each round will be scored based on the number of hits you provide to your opponent and vice versa. Best winner of 3 rounds will be the victor or knockout. Fighters, are you ready? And he turns to Vod.
Ready.
Kurdik the Fourth, are you ready? Gentlemen, let us. And you guys are in the ring. You guys are short to each other. The hollow referee is in the middle. Remember, around you are tons of those little droid video cameras taping everything, looking at you, looking at the medics, the ring, above, below, all kinds of shots. Let us begin. All right, so we're going to do a cool check here. It's the beginning of round one, bud. It's going to this round is going to go Vod Kirdik, right?
Yup. Lucky roll.
All right.
So
And the round begins.
Vod kind of paces a little bit slowly around Kurdik and gives him a little bit of a salute with his staff, and then quickly closes the distance and comes in swinging. So I spin a maneuver to get to engaged, and I'm going to swing at him.
And it's adversary 2, so you're going to upgrade twice. I should say Kurdik the Fourth is carrying like this curved metal staff that's about the size of yours. And he has it up kind of in a little defensive posture. So he's going to have a little bit of defense. So it's going to be upgraded twice, and he's going to have 1 defense with this. So it'll be 1 setback on your swing.
Does he have blades on that thing, or is it just curved?
It's kind of a curved looking version of what you're holding.
Oh, okay.
Very similar. Very similar.
Okay. All right.
Big 2-handed staff. You guys are both fighting with 2-handed staffs.
Yeah. Vod's going to strain a bunch here, and upgrade his attack. So I'm base yellow, 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 green. Or wait, hold on. What is that attack? Yeah. So I get 2 more yellow and a green. And I know where his nuts are, so I'm going to use that to my knowledge here.
So this is that knowledge that Mookie gave you for his knowledge xenology check.
Mm-hmm. I have, because of that, a boost, and then I'm RRK. Sound good?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what your positive pool is, but I think you've been making it just fine.
Yeah, I'm 4 yellows and a green, and upgrading it 4 gives me 5 yellows. Sorry, 6 yellows and a green.
That's wow. Were you upgrading it that much last time?
No.
All right.
I'm pulling out a few more punches. I'm against a Wookiee.
Totally. Fuck.
Yeah.
And the crowd cheers as the strike is true.
So I kind of come in gently and dancing around, and I whip it past his eyes as he leans back, and then I bring it down underneath, and just, you don't see a Wookiee get lifted off the ground from a crotch strike very often, but this is a biggie. So I smack him for 15. Let me double check that. Yeah, 10 base plus the 5, so 15. And recover my strain. Or
all right.
I could crit him. Nah, that's fine. That's good. Let's do that. So I just really come up with an upper swing and hit him back to the point where he has to he goes back 3 feet, lands on his feet just fine, but is definitely a testy knocker.
He bellows as he as he steels himself, swings his stick around, and begins to charge Vod. Or I guess he's already engaged with Vod, so he just brings the stick up to bring it down on the top of Vod. He's trying to hit Vod square right between the eyes with his aim, and he's very angry, so he's going to strain twice to aim twice.
So
And the
upgrade that too.
And upgrade that twice.
Mm-hmm. So red.
All right. He screams as he swings down at Vod's cranium. Oh, and it will do damage first. There is 11 damage.
Okay.
There is a he cracks you right across the bridge of the nose, causing that's one of the place, and then he swings it around again and hits you, and there is a critical injury that's inflicted.
Ooh.
You are off balance, and he is going to use a couple of those other advantages. He is going to also activate a disorient quality of his staff. So you are going to have the off balance setback, and you're also going to be disoriented for the next 2 attacks.
So I have another setback for 2 rounds, and I have a setback for 2 rounds and 2 setbacks for the very first one because of the off balance.
Correct.
Okay.
And he will feel happy about making solid contact and gain back a strain. Now, as for that despair, he has left himself off balance slightly as well, and so you can upgrade times 1 your next attack in addition to whatever you're wanting to do to that.
Okay.
An extra upgrade to your next attack.
Nice.
So Vod wipes his
Crowd.
nose and just starts kind of sprinting along the side, feeling that the ground is getting a little wet, but looking for another angle, seeing how quickly the Wookiee can keep facing me, watching to see where he's down. And then I use my maneuver to aim. And then to aim twice like the Wookiee did, you have to strain. Okay.
Yep, strain twice.
So I'm not going to do that. So I get my base is 4 and 1, so I'm up to 5 yellow, and then I'm going to upgrade it 4 times. So 7 yellow, and I'll get a boost, and then I have red, and
black.
And no, he's got defense though too. Oh yeah, 3 black exactly.
Yeah.
Right. 1,
Yep.
2, 3. Okay. Yeah. So Vod is, kind of like stalking and sensing what's going on. What's he doing? And just is coming in with his like frenzied, almost weak way foaming attack.
The crowd roars as another strike is struck.
Okay, so he hits for 11.
Okay.
And
the Wookiee cries a bit as he's hit, but he's still on his feet.
Vod recovers 2 strain. And what can I do with 2 advantage? My 2 advantage is I'm going to drop him down with a knockdown, actually, which is what my bow or my staff allows me to do. Has the knockdown quality, which for 2 advantage, even though my talent tree I can spend a triumph, but my knockdown quality is the 2
Yeah.
advantage, and so he's prone. So
Yeah.
Vod comes in and like wraps him on one side of the head, hits him on the other, and then comes in with the swing on the top and like actually hammers this Wookiee into the ground.
Yes. Yes. And the Wookiee whimpers a little bit down on the ground. But it doesn't spend too long whimpering as it jumps back up to its feet, taking one maneuver to do that, and then it aims its rod right at the Vod solar plexus as it takes 2 strain to aim into Vod's gut and swing its staff, roaring a fierce Wookiee roar. And are you upgrading
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
the attack?
Yep. Twice.
All right. Comes flying up from the ground and swinging. All right.
Oh, 2
And
triumphs. Oh God.
yeah, it's so we'll do damage first. It hits for 11.
Oh, for God's sakes.
And it is going to is going to with that strike upwards, it is going to activate the disorient quality another time as it hits you and knocks the wind out of you and hits Vod across the ear, which is he's going to be disoriented for the next 3 next 3 rounds, next 3 attacks for Vod. So it's now disoriented 3.
Did that so he had 2 on me. Does it extend it
Yep.
another 2, or does it add and
Yeah.
give me a double K and then 1?
It doesn't stack, it just elongates.
Extends. Okay.
Yeah. And
Gotcha.
and he's going to use one of those triumphs to critically hurt Vod.
Oh.
And Vod is hamstrung. So he's so until that is, I'm going to say until the end of until that is healed, he's going to not be able to have his free maneuver. He is feeling very satisfied with himself, so he's going to use that other triumph to upgrade his next attack against Vod.
Oh.
He thinks he's wounding him, and he's like, all right, I'm hurting him. I'm gonna attack even stronger next round. And there's a ding 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 ding, and the first round is over.
Vod comes back kind of limping, blood
the-
dripping from his nose to Mookie.
All right,
And
good job. Good
the
job.
referee comes into the middle of the ring, and he's like, there will be a 2-minute break in between rounds. And
I assume the disorient just carries over.
I'm saying everything's just kind of carrying over like a fight,
Yeah.
but there's this opportunity to catch your breath for a second. Let us really quick, sorry, Greg, really quick, how many you hit will you total up your hit points of what you did, what damage you did?
Let me go back and look.
Yeah, I think you had an 11 and
I had a 15 and an 11.
a 15 and 11.
Yeah.
That's you air quotes won that round in terms of punches landed.
Right.
So
right.
round one is vibes.
Well, so you're
and-
saying that counts if there's not a knockout, that round counts for me, and now
by the
we're
end of the
round two.
third
We start.
round. Yeah.
We start.
By the
We
end
start
of
the
the
count
third
anew.
round. You start to count anew. We will, however hurt you are, will be your hurt. But but you won the first round. So if this thing goes 3 rounds and there's no KO, then you just would have to just win one more round of the next 2, and you'd be the winner by decision.
If I
like a
win the
boxing
second
match.
round, we still fight the third.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because there's still. I mean, just like a boxing match.
I could get knocked out. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Coming back to Mookie.
So Mookie's going to do everything she can to kind of wipe up the blood and kind of get him freshened up. Check out
Mookie,
his
not the
eye.
blood. It's back here, right where he hit me in the back of the leg. I can't move with it. It's like he ruptured a tendon or something. Can you figure out how to
she's gonna massage
suck the
his
poison
leg.
out of that? No, that feels good. Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna massage his hamstring.
So this is a crit injury, a average crit is what I'm asking you to heal.
Yeah.
So Mookie, you guys have 2 minutes between rounds right now. And so if you attempt to heal this crit, it's going to be, all you can do. And that's going to be really stressful because normally a crit injury like this would take about 25 minutes to heal, right? So you're going to have a little bit of setback in trying to do this, but you can try it,
Yeah, let's try it.
It's tight. It's tight in between the rounds. There's not much time. It's an average medicine check, but again, we are doing this in like the dirt and the rain and the mud, and you don't have a med kit, so that upgrades the difficulty once. So the difficulty is going to be hard on this crit, and it's going to have a setback because you don't have your. It's going to have a setback because of the dirt and the mud and whatnot. And then it's gonna have 2 setbacks because of you're trying to do this fast. You're trying to heal him fast.
Okay, so
it's just the old
3
Polish
setbacks?
massage.
Or 2 setbacks.
3 setbacks total.
Okay. I'm gonna use my Master Doctor and reduce the difficulty. Reduce the difficulty of the medicine check by suffering 2 strain.
Nice, and you reduce it by 1?
Yeah.
Nice.
So
it's going to be average with 3 setbacks.
Yep, and I'm going to flip Destiny.
Cool.
To upgrade. All right. Oh, here we go.
Sweet.
You are successful in healing that crit.
Great.
Thank you.
What are you
Mookie.
doing with the advantage?
Can I, Greg? How are you doing on strain?
2. I could use some wound healing maybe. In the long run here.
I think I can only use it to reduce strain though.
Okay, you can do that.
So I'll reduce Vod's strain by 1.
Excellent. Mookie, on that roll there, it passed, and I think that's great. You did not have to have the red. Sorry, it should have been. It would have been 3 P's and 3 blacks, and then you took the black. You took one of the P's down to just 2 P's, but you still passed it.
I thought you upgraded.
Sorry, I meant increase the difficulty, and I apologize.
Okay.
You did it. You passed it. Lovely.
Yeah. Sure. We'll call it good.
And then up at the bar during this fight, what are you guys seeing? What are you thinking?
That would be Buck and Roquan.
Buck and Roquan are up there.
Buck wants to rendezvous with Roquan, hopefully in the midst of the crowd.
You're not even watching me, Buck.
Straighten
your wig.
intermission.
You're worried about your wig. Just kidding.
No, I'm more worried about dying. All of us dying. This is bad. This is bad. Roquan.
Yeah.
I think we fucked up. I fucked up. Scorch was definitely stealing from this guy and got caught. And he was stealing for a rebel cell. And
Didn't seem like he liked it too much that he he called us terrorists.
yeah, yep. I don't think they're friends. I don't know what to do. I think we need to leave.
All right. Where you at? I can barely see over all these. I can't see at all over all these people.
I mean, I'll come to you.
All right, I'm at the bar. I'm at the bar. Hurry up.
And hopefully we can meet up in the midst of the crowd. And we are landed, right?
Buck, what happened to your
No,
dress?
you're up in the air. You're up in the air right now during this fight. Yeah.
Okay.
What
The
happened to your
crowd
dress?
is the crowd is pumped. It's loud.
Yeah.
People really like that. There was a lot of solid hits that first round of this fight, so the crowd's pumped. Everyone's they're not paying much attention to you.
Yep. Yeah. So Roquan, as soon as that Rune guy, as soon as I brought up Scorch, he pretty much sniffed out that we were not their friends because Scorch was skimming off the top from this guy, Justinian, and supplying. Yeah, like you heard, terrorists like us. So, and he saw me, he saw you, he saw Bod, he saw.
Because he knew we were all together the other night.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay.
So,
how'd you leave it with him?
well, he thought. I mean, I brought up the idea of hopefully making amends for him, but I don't have that kind of cash.
What kind of cash are we talking about?
A lot.
Like
entire shipments worth,
30,000?
which for this guy, I'm thinking 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. I have no idea.
That's not. I'm sure we can't get that kind of capital from Ember.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's nothing. There's no cash reserves.
Not to mention after that conversation, I don't know if we could trust anything they say.
But like I said, I mean, the score turns out the guy up in that tank's pretty much a hero because he risked his life to, smuggle stuff for our friends.
Are you saying you need to bust them out of here?
Yeah, I think so. I just don't know when or how.
Well,
It's just the two of us right now.
Hey,
we're targets.
You know me, I want to help anyone out that's good to us, but at the same point, is it worth our lives? Because I don't know. That's a tough target.
I know.
You got a plan? You got any ideas?
I
mean, we need more than just a distraction.
I know.
Because we don't have our weapons on us. That's the issue. Maybe if we get our weapons in here.
We got no weapons. There's only two of us. Everyone else is out racing and fighting.
Yeah, because the last thing we want to do is,
I just exposed my hairy breasts.
Yeah, we don't want to be starting something and the other guys are in the middle of, God knows what down there. and then they take them captive, I think we're kind of stuck until we get back into a group.
Yeah, I think we need to lay low.
Yeah.
Make sure. I mean, if we gotta be there for Vod and Ted, they're kind of all out alone right now. We just kind of. I think we need to lay low.
I think we need to get off of this ship and out of their line of sight as soon as we can.
Yeah.
Because are you meeting with him?
I don't want to anymore.
But he thinks you are.
He thinks we are. But there was no time arranged. He said today is a party.
Do you think he just did that to just like have you not be suspicious and then they're gonna tie us up?
Maybe.
Is that possible?
It's definitely possible.
Okay, so we should really, once this sucker lands, we should bolt. Maybe head for that garage that we were at before.
Yeah,
or down to the where they're at down there.
Yeah, and I think Vod's safe for now, but
yeah, he is a weapon.
We need to keep Vod. We need to watch out for them too.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we're at the mercy of this ship for right now.
Yep.
How big is this? This is like a quarter of a football field, sort of, room, right?
Good question. Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gosh. Yeah, probably longer. I mean, it's 50 yards, probably 50 yards stem to stern.
That's how big the room is.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then the ship was a little bit more than that.
And
it's a silhouette. It's similar stature as like the Dewey. I think is the Dewey a 5? Dewey's a 5.
Okay.
Similar in stature to that, so it's a pretty big room.
Oh, is Dewey a 5?
I think Dewey's a 5. Yeah.
I thought it was like a 4, but yeah.
Either
way.
The Dire Strait was a 4.
Yeah, Dewey's a 5. Yeah.
Okay. So about 50 yards, and it's pretty butts to nuts in there, people wise, right?
Yeah, people are loving the fight. Everyone's watching the fight. A few people are at tables gambling, pulling like slot machine things. You see across the room, like Justinian's kind of he's kind of been emceeing from this area that he's been emceeing. His entourage is around him. You see Rune down there with him. You see your friend Dern Plath, like as a Rhodian off on one of the tables, like dancing. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I think we can probably hide in this crowd pretty good, Buck. But we should probably get with Dern Plath here and let him know what happened.
Yeah, you hold tight. I'll kind of shimmy over to him and tell him what I know.
Okay.
And that's 2 minutes are up, so the start of round 2 is imminent. Buck, I'm just curious, like, excuse me,
yep.
Ted, during these fights, what you're kind of in the garage, are you doing anything special during the fight?
I'm psyching myself up and I'm checking the weather.
Yep. And big on the radar, big purple blob coming in.
Purple blobs coming in. All right.
Doppler radar is looking. You can hear it on the roof. The sound of a louder jungle rain is really starting to intensify. You can actually hear the wind kind of whipping past the door, and certainly in the arena, Vide and Mookie, you're getting wet. You're starting to. It's getting pretty rainy, and in fact, now you can start seeing some flashes of lightning off in the distance as the rain and the wind are intensifying. As the hollow referee is like, round 2, begin. Oh no, not yet. Sorry. Before he does that, Kurdik the Fourth does a medicine check with his FX droid, and he's gonna flip a destiny. And yep. Oh, not successful. He like looks at his FX droid and he smacks it with his stick, and the droid's like, and it's at least it tried, and it makes him feel a little bit better in terms of how tired he is, but he's still hurt.
How much damage does that FX droid take?
Yeah, just emotional. It's kind of a moral loss there.
Yeah.
All right, I'm pulling out like dice. I don't know why I'm pulling out dice. All right, start of round 2. Let's roll a cool check.
Oh right, reroll.
All right. Kurdik the Fourth is going first, and he's going to use that triumph to take a free maneuver. And so he goes from short to engaged immediately. He ducks down low and takes a swing at Vod's kneecaps with his stick as he's going to get that upgrade from that previous triumph last round.
Oh, what was that? Previous triumph?
He had 2 triumphs. He used one for a crit and one for upgrading his next roll, his next attack.
Oh, right. And then he has to upgrade my defense twice.
All right. And he is going to he's going to aim twice and take a strain.
2 strain.
And take 2 strain. And roaring as Wookiees do, he swings at your legs. Oops, but do this right. Oh, weird roll. All right. So we'll do damage first. He hits for 11. He is going to use his advantage to critically hurt your lower half with these swings.
He's just making it easier for the mountain. They're working together.
Yeah. And he's gonna critically swing.
Can I choose his despair?
He all right. You are compromised. Increase difficulty all skill checks by 1 until the end of the encounter. And his triumph is going to be his triumph is going to be he knocks your weapon out of your hands, and it goes skittering away from you about a few feet. And give me an idea on that despair. What are you thinking?
I think he breaks off part of the staff that it loses its defensive quality or something like that. It compromises his staff, not just like I don't really want it to be broken down one stage because that's not going to be very useful. I'm not going to destroy his staff, but I want it to be damaged in doing that. If that's possible. Or do what you want. Do what you want.
It will it bends a little bit, and it's going to lose its defensive for this round. This round 2, he does not. It doesn't have its defense quite as well.
So he loses 1 setback for the despair.
For the rest of this round, yeah.
Okay. Vod comes in. He cartwheels over and does kind of like someone who's never done gymnastics, the way they would do a cartwheel. It kind of looks a little unpolished, and maneuvers over to his staff and grabs it.
Yep.
And then I would need to strain to move into attack.
Yes.
Um, all right, I'll strain twice to then launch. Can I do all of that actually in a turn? Is that too many movements?
Yeah, you can take a maneuver. Basically, getting the weapon knocked out is just going to mean you're going to need to take a maneuver to pick it up.
Oh, okay. All
Yep.
right. So Vod slides out with his feet and gets the staff between his ankles and starts kind of twirling it like a baton in his feet, and hops up as he sends it into the air and catches it like a baton twirling fool. And then strains twice to be able to attack. Wait, you said that was a maneuver. Okay, so I don't have to strain twice.
Yeah, if I
want to aim or something.
Yeah, sure. You're engaged. Yeah.
Okay. So Vod comes in swinging, and he's going to do his base upgraded 4 times. So it's 4, 5, 6. And then I have all sorts of setbacks. I have to upgrade the attack. So it's base attack is red, and so I upgrade it to another purple. And then I have a setback from disorientation. I don't have a setback now from the weapon this round.
Right.
And the skill
I think you only
check.
have one.
What's that?
That was just one.
Yeah, so I have 1 setback total.
Yep, that's what I see.
But I have the purple because of my compromised skill critical. So I'm
Yes.
RRPK.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's it. I'm not going to do anything else. Oops, let's try this again. Okay, here we go. Oh, sorry, I forgot to up 1, 2, 3, 4. I strained 4 times. So Vod hits
the crowd cheers.
12 damage. I'm going to flip a destiny and
Okay.
add 3 more damage, my cunning, onto that with what is a talent of mine that is soft spot. And basically, as I'd flip this staff around in my head, I kind of whirl it around my neck and come in, and I just jab the Wookiee right in the eyeball and just gash his eye or smash him right in the eye, or we'll say eye, but probably face. So narratively, he's still got binocular vision, but basically right in the face. So he takes 12 plus 3, he takes 15.
I thought it was 9 plus 3.
No.
Oh, no, it was 12 plus 3. Yep.
Yeah.
Just my math. Yep.
And
he
then
is staggering, but he's still on his feet.
I'm going to recover 3 strain.
And he is bleeding from that eye. He has tufts of hair that are torn. He's bleeding from his mouth and nose. He has a broken staff in front of him, and he takes a big deep breath, and go ahead.
Vod says to him, from the honorable Wookiee, you can lay down your arms and consider the battle over. You know where this is going. I will. I will.
And
I will salute you honorably if you don't take on more brain
As-
damage that's coming.
as my father, Kurdik III, would say, we must fight until we can fight no more. And he swings his staff around his
Your
head.
call.
And he's going to he is going to swing his
Can someone flip
staff.
that destiny for me too?
I'll just flip it back to him,
Oh,
so don't
okay.
worry about flipping it. I'll flip it. So he's flipping a destiny. He's going to strain and aim twice, and
Strain twice for defense.
and you just strain twice for defense, and he swings it wide, and
Oh, thank God.
he whiffs. He puts his staff down like a cane almost, right? And he puts it down on the ground, and he is laboring over it after missing that shot, and he uses two of those two of those advantage. There's a gathering puddle on the ground, and he splashes it up at Vod, up at his face, just to try to get some to slow Vod down a little bit, and then he is going to he's going to take a deep breath and recover 2 strain.
And so that is a setback for me.
Yep.
Can Vod use his action to kind of show this Wookiee I don't want to kill him or mangle him, and go back and get an extra heal from Mookie with my turn? Can I give him peace to get an extra heal? Would that be, I know it's not typical for this sort of a fight, but sort of a little
You're
grandiose.
still, I mean, yeah, it may be, so you want a whole extra healing session from Mookie?
I want to use my action to go back to the round and let Mookie give me a pep talk / heal, and then we have our end of round heal, because this is the last quarter of the thing.
So you
and
can't,
instead of me just
you can't
leave.
You can't leave the ring yet, but what would you do? How would you do that?
Right, because Mookie's not really on the ring side.
Mookie's kind of in your corner, like a coach in a boxing match. But if you're gonna go get close to her,
I would do something like a deep salute bow to the Wookiee and kind of put up my staff and get up to her early, so that she gets to do a little healing in, a little something in, maybe the Force, maybe whatever, before the 2 minutes. Kind of exchanging a heal for an attack.
Yes, you can do that, but you can't get out of the ring yet. So it'd have to be something that Mookie can do while you're in the ring and she's kind of out of the ring.
Can I use my maneuver to get to her to lay her hands on? Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to do that.
But again, there's...
Oh, yeah,
sure. And the crowd's kind of ooh, boo, boo, as they see you going back. Mookie, you see Vod coming towards you. What are you doing?
So I see him coming towards me, and as he kind of gets up to as close as he can get, Mookie's gonna.
I'm pretty battered. A lot of blood.
Yeah, Mookie's gonna reach her hand out and try to use the Force to heal Vod.
All right. And so what do you look like right now as you're doing this?
Well, I have my robe on.
Okay.
And I'm kind of coming out of the tent to where it opens up onto the ring, and I'm imagining Vod's just kind of coming back towards me, and then once he gets to me, I kind of hold out my right hand, perhaps on his shoulder, and then I'm going to try to ignore all the dust and chaos of the fighting rink, and kind of reach in for some inner peace and tranquility, and transfer that that energy into Bod's body. Bod's body, excuse me.
Nice.
The bod.
The bod. So
All right.
Rolling the white dice.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, so this I'm going to be using my control powers and using basically to target both. It heals the strain and wounds of 5, I guess.
By
5 wounds, 5 strain.
5 wounds, 5 strain.
Wow. Okay.
And up on the kitten glider with all the cameras zooming around and looking at this, there's kind of like a stun, like and like a hush, like what was that? What did we
But
just
like no one
see?
sees anything, right? They just like my blood maybe stops dripping. I start walking a little more comfortably. I just kind of look a little less beaten.
Look at that. He looks better. She hardly even touched him. What was that? How did she do that? What was that? And it's ding 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 ding. Round 2 has ended. And you see Kierdick the Fourth get up and kind of like he's using like his staff as like a crutch, and he's like limping out of the ring and kind of like goes over the top rope and kind of like collapses on the ground outside as his FX droid gets up to him and starts like trying to figure out what to make of this bloody Wookiee. Let's go up to you, up in the kitten glider.
Yeah, during the fight, Buck was hoping to shimmy over to Dern and kind of fill him in on what he learned.
Hey, what's going on? You got it all figured out, right? We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna get Scorch out of here.
I think we're screwed.
I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah. I got nothing. He I think he was stealing from Justinian to help our cause.
Yeah.
And
I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you heard what happened from Rune, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. You gave that shipment of Bacta to the Frosthawks.
The Frosthawks. Who are the Frosthawks?
I don't know. They're a group that out there on the Outer Rim. But he tried to play it off as he got jacked by the Duros. Pirates, something like that. But Rune got wise to it.
Are the Frosthawks rebels? Who are they?
It depends on who you ask. Some might say terrorists. Some might say insurrectionists. Some might say rebels. Sure. But it was against my advising him. I knew that was a stupid move, but he did it anyway.
Why did he do it?
Why are you here? Why do we do this thing? He did it because it felt right. He did it to help out the little guy. He did it to try to make this galaxy a better place, you know?
I don't think.
But he got pinched. He got pinched.
I was hoping to settle friendly negotiation like, but I fear we have nothing to offer. And we may need to lay low and come up with a new plan.
You think we can just bust him? You can bust him out?
I mean, I don't have any weapons. It's just me and Roquan up here right now.
Well, you got
Everyone's
me.
out
You need me
fighting.
to. Yeah. Well, I'm here to help you if you need it. I'm not much of a fighter.
I know I
I
don't
can
have
be
a way. I don't
squirrely.
have a way to subdue one of those, Justinian or Rune, in order to get your disguise going.
Right.
And I mean, it seems like they're always in the spotlight. So
Yeah,
I
right
mean,
now
the only
that-
thing we
yeah,
can do
right.
is bide our time and maybe wait for a moment. But I got nothing right now.
Well, I'll be up here. I'll be up here if you need me.
All right,
You
we're
let
gonna.
me know. You give me the word. But
Oh.
what's your name again?
Buck
Buck.
Butcher.
I've got access down in the dressing room. I got access to some of their clothes. I think if push came to shove, I could look just like one of them. Either Rune or Justinian. You just give me the word, though. I need a plan. But it's okay if you want to wait. I just look at him in there. He doesn't look. Oh God, he doesn't look good. They're just electrocuting the crap out of him in there. Jeez. Well,
Roquan and I have to lay low for a while and hopefully come up with a new plan.
okay. I hear you.
But we'd like some backup.
I can help as I can, but I'm probably better at being deceptive than brawny, you know.
Right. Appreciate it. We'll be in touch.
Sure. Yeah, Roquan, you up to anything?
Well, was your mic open, Buck, or was it closed?
Yeah, I'll say it was open.
Okay. And then you headed back too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Buck, it sounds like I think he's our best option. I don't know if we can I don't know if we can save him or not, but I think he's our best chance at like some sort at figuring out a way for us to get back to, and that's what we need to do. So I think we need to save him. You know, he knows a lot about this.
I guess, yeah, that's true. I think he has some, he's a skilled smuggler, but if he is just taken off Justinian and that supply is dried up, then what does he have left?
I mean,
The guy
he's in the business a long time. I don't know, but it seems like he would have probably some leads to figure out how we can maybe get in under Justinian or something along those lines. I mean, either we need to maybe put Dern up there as a figurehead, like kill him off, put Dern up there, and he can, facilitate us getting it directly from him, and then we don't need to bust him out. Or, that'd be the ideal situation.
Wait, say that again?
If we can somehow kidnap
Yeah.
Justinian, knock him off, right? And then we supplant Dern in there as him, like permanently or semi-permanently. He could facilitate us getting the shipments we need.
That's true.
But outside of that, I think we need to save our buddy there, because that could be the worst idea. I don't know, man. That's not my thing, but I think those are our two options.
Yep. I think I agree.
So we should probably Hey Ted, you there?
Yeah. Hey guys, what's up?
And we'll kind of just explain those two options for him. What do you think? You got one way or the other? What do you think? I wish
You wanna
he's a smart.
you wanna overthrow Justinian and put an imposter in, or you wanna what was the other option?
The other option is we somehow bust out Surge, which honestly I think that's a less desirable outcome.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, guess it depends on how good of an actor Dern is. I mean, Dern's not going to know any of the background of this whole situation. It's going to be pretty easy for somebody who knows, like Rune, to figure out that he's not who he says he is. So
It could be. We should get rid of Rune too. I don't know. I mean, he clearly rules by his orders, so push comes to shove, you can just say less is more. And Dern's done a pretty good job up until this point, keeping himself alive.
yeah,
It's not the best idea ever, but I mean, we need that back to, don't we?
who knows if Scorch is even going to be able to get us back to anyway, because the supplier was Justinian. So yeah, I think that if Justinian's the key to the Bacta supply, then taking over his spot, it seems pretty good.
Yeah, because outside of outside of trying to convince him, which I guess we still have a meeting lined up, but I don't think I hold much faith in that, right, Buck?
Yeah, not really.
So.
I got no leverage. I got nothing.
All right, well then I guess let's start thinking of a.
I mean, if I had Vod's axe up to his throat, then I'd have some leverage.
Yeah, but how do you trust him? You know, when his axe isn't to his throat.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right, but
Well, how about this? How about we try and get after all this, we try and get, like you said, we try and get Bod's axe to his throat. If we can convince him and we believe him, we can go that route. If not, we can kill him. We can put Dern there, and we can give that a shot.
But that brings up the question: how will we take him out?
I think we'd have to think about that, but I think first and foremost is that the plan? Is that the right strategy before we figure out how to do it? Like. I don't like it, but I don't know if we have a better option.
I kind of like it.
I don't know. It's danger. It's
Well, we can ask Dern.
All right.
I'll shimmy over to him again. Dern.
Hey, what? You got it all figured out now? We gotta get Scorch out of here.
I think we have it figured out.
All right. What are we doing?
You know Justinian, right?
Yeah, I do.
Pretty well. You know everything about him.
Yeah, it's my good friend, and I'm killing him. Yeah.
Personalities, likes, dislikes, motivations, routines, strict schedules, that kind of thing.
No, not to that degree, but I know he's kind of a jerk and likes to puff out his chest and he's got a big ego.
Perfect. So you could kind of impersonate him. Pretty good, sounds like.
I mean, a little bit here, a little bit there. I'm a Clodite. I'm pretty good at acting,
Okay. Well, how about taking on a semi-permanent role as him?
You mean being Justinian forever?
Oh, not forever. I mean, he's got to die.
Sure.
At that point,
But you're saying, so what are you saying? You're saying I get to be Justinian for I get to take over this compound?
Yeah. Would you like
Tell
that?
people
Would you
I'll be
into
the
that?
one with the ostrich feather Twi'leks are gonna be fanning me,
Yeah.
and you can make that happen.
That's what we got going.
And
So
all I gotta do is
that's
pretend.
option A. That's A. That's plan A.
Option A is I'm Justinian forever
Yes.
until I die a natural death.
Well, no, we could maybe fake a death, or maybe we could pass on power to someone that we trust, that kind of thing.
You gotta work with that rune asshole.
He's not that bad, is he?
I could probably get him in line.
Okay. All right. So you're in. Sweet. Okay. We will.
Sure. I am up for acting like Justinian for as long as you need me to.
All right.
Sure. Why not?
Well,
That's the best we got, right?
it's the best we got.
Now, how are you gonna get him out of that thing, though?
Well, you'll be Justinian, and you'll get him out.
Sure. I got you. How? Okay. And he points down towards Justinian with his entourage. Like,
Mhm.
look, he's got 16 guards around him within 10 feet. Like, how are we doing that?
That one is a quandary.
All right.
That it's R&D. So we're working on it. We got top men. Top men.
All right. I like
Does
it.
he?
I like it. It's
Does he
bold.
go to the bathroom
It's a
alone?
bold plan.
Yeah. Does he? Yeah. Does he? Does he have a bowel irritable bowel syndrome or anything like that?
Not. I don't know. I do not know him that well in terms of his bowel frequency or not infrequency.
Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on it.
What do you propose? All right.
Because he spends a lot of time up there on that podium, and I think as soon as the time arises, the opportunity presents itself.
Sure.
Hopefully with a few more friends of mine here. We'll take him out.
You're gonna off him.
Off him. Yeah. Okay.
And you're gonna put me in charge of this place.
Murder him. Cold blood.
And I get all the Twi'leks.
Yeah.
And the credits.
Well, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
That would be, sounds like a Claudite's dream, Impersonate royalty. Yeah, you
See?
set it up. I'm here. I'm here for you. You let me know when you need me to be Justinian.
All right.
All right. Well, break.
I do a little shimmy dance away.
And the camera goes down to the mid-round rainy situation at ringside. Vod and Mookie now at the end of round 2.
Mookie, I don't know if this Wookiee will take me up on an for its sake of honor. He's a good Wookiee, but I might just have to clock him one more time. But I've been compromised. My swinging arm is really hurt. It takes a lot more to swing. Can you work on this critically damaged part of my body here? Or turn your mic back on, and I'm bleeding still from a couple of areas.
I can't hear you.
No, there we go. Sorry. Yeah, Mookie's gonna try to heal Vod's crit. Or do you want me to just do a medicine check, Greg?
Crit.
Okay.
It's gonna be a similar situation as last time, Mookie. The difficulty is increased 1, so it's gonna be 3 purples. And again, you're trying to do it fast, so it's gonna be a couple setbacks.
Okay. I'm going to suffer 2 strain to use my Master Doctor to reduce the difficulty by 1.
Very good.
And so that's 2 purples. And
2
1
purples,
setback.
2 setbacks.
Okay.
PPKK.
How are we doing on the destiny. Can I flip one of those? I'm gonna,
Yeah, we have a good number.
All right, yeah. So I'm gonna flip the destiny to upgrade one of my greens to a yellow. There we go.
You are successful.
Yay!
1 success, 2 advantage.
Hell yeah.
Can I use the advantage to like? Mookie's feeling pretty good about what she's been able to do for VOD. Takes a deep breath and reduces 2 of her own strength.
Yeah, absolutely. You're feeling great. You're
Yeah.
like you are healing crits really fast. How did you take off a setback though? There should have been 2 setbacks.
Oh, I missed that. I'll roll that one now. Can we
Just roll a K.
Yeah. Sorry.
You can reduce. You have 1 advantage, 1 success, so you could use 1 advantage.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right. And the big Wookiee who's still just kind of like down on the ground, laying there with his FX droid above him, is gonna again flip a destiny to try to. You never actually flipped that destiny, there, Mook.
No, I didn't. I
Yeah,
haven't.
go back. Yeah, go back.
Just a second, I'll flip it. I'll flip yours back. There. All right, and he's gonna try to get healed, laying on the ground, not looking like much of a strong Wookiee at this point, kind of on the ground, not feeling very good. And yeah. Oh, so he heals 2 wounds, and but that hurts really bad, so he takes another strain, and he shoves his staff into the ground and kind of like picks himself up and like gets into the ring. It is the beginning of round 3, and Vod, I think you did. How much damage did you do on your strike on that last round, Vod Arena?
Well,
Oh, a lot.
I did
won.
15.
You did a ton.
Yeah, I did 15.
Yeah,
he did 11. I've won the first 2 rounds, so he's got to knock me out.
You have won the first 2 rounds for sure. He has to knock you out to win this match, Rocky Balboa. All right. It is the 3rd and final round of the Baragrar Asher semifinals. And the rain is really starting to come down at this point. There's lightning above. It's hard to see at this point through the rain. And let's roll cool. All right. The Wookiee like kind of staggers towards Vod, lifting his
Bod comes out, but just as more the intro, welcome to the round. Bod comes out with like his staff on his arms, kind of playing it coolly, puts the staff on his mouth, and then is like balancing it on his mouth for a little bit, and then grabs it, pivots down, and then balances it staff down on his mouth, and then falls and kind of falls all the way to his ass, and grabs his stick off the ground and gets up and is like,
the crowd's getting into that. They're like, va no. They're into it, and the Wookiee's like clearly irritated, but also clearly not feeling very well, and it makes 1 maneuver to engage, and it's gonna strain twice to swing, and
upgrade it twice, straining 2 times.
All right. And it is raining so hard right now that it's kind of hard to. It's a little bit affecting visibility. So there's going to be a setback on attacks in this round because of the rain coming down. and it's going to have a setback on this attack as it swings at Val. Let's try that again. All right. And it manages to hit for 13. And in the swinging that really it's just, it takes all it can do just to like swing this staff at this point. So he's taking two strain on that swing downwards, just really laboring at this point, still bleeding, not very healed up at this point, and looks up at Vod.
Vod says, I kind of bows and is like, I gave you a chance, and comes in with his attack. Uh, 6 yellow and a green. And let me strain 4 times. And I have, let me just get this right too. I have red. Is he red, right? Red. And then I have a setback from being disoriented. And
Yep.
I think I still have a setback from like the blood stinging my eyes or whatever he sloshed at me last round, or does that go away?
I'm going to say you have a setback from the rain.
Okay. So 2 setbacks. 2 reds, 2 setbacks. No boosts. I'm going to use a destiny.
How do you knock him out?
How do you knock him out? Oh, I guess I don't need to use a destiny then.
Yeah, if we go damage first, go for. Tell me how you finish this fight.
Vod first swings and like kind of disarms him, hits his hand, and it like everyone hears it shatter. He hits him across to the back of the knee. The Wookiee goes down, and then Vod does a familiar Garrote style choke out with the staff and goes. But I assume I'm not going to kill him. I'm just going to like choke him out and let him.
Yeah, you feel his body
drop.
go limp.
Yeah, and recover all of my strain.
And the crowd goes crazy as the bell ding 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 ding. We have a winner. The Red Nikto, the No White, has defeated the Green Nikto, Kurdik the 4th, by knockout in the 3rd round. And the crowd, no. And the crowd's going crazy and they're cheering.
Vod starts skipping around the ring a little bit and then starts flexing and doing more pull tricks and then does like a little twerking on stage. And then something drips, so he gets right back up and starts kind of marching, pretending nothing came out of his ass. Like I can't see from that far away.
Right, Dan.
Woo!
But he's also like he's bleeding, his arm is one shoulder's a little higher than the other. He's got blood running off his chin. He's taken it in the knees a couple times. He's not feeling great.
And Justinian's up on, he's like, Justinian's roaring up on the Kinnan glider like, that Weequay is tough. He just took down Kurdik the 4th. That's pretty impressive. What do you say? And all his entourage like, yeah, that guy's great. You should hire him. He should be a bouncer on this thing. Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, he could be great muscle for you, boss. Yeah. And up on the in the garage, Ted hears the roar.
Can I heal too? At some point,
we will. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, we will. We will swing that around. The camera swings to Ted, hearing the roar of the crowd as the rain's coming down on the garage.
And Ted is busily prepping his area. He's, getting himself in the cockpit of this pod racer, and he's putting his electro binoculars around his neck, because he sees that there's a cave, and there might be low light in there, so he's hoping that will help him if he needs to throw those on. And he's gonna see if he can figure out a way to have his the arm, the mechanical Dianoga arm, like in a way that he can use it if he needs to do a check to recover strain on the vehicle.
Yeah. What does the arm do?
It allows him to remove 2 setback for checks to remove system strain for starships or vehicles.
Yeah, so it would help you remove strain from the vehicle if you need be.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, I mean that thing's on you. Yep.
And then the attached utility arm could still be used potentially to boost mechanics checks.
What's the util?
So the utility arm allows me to add 2 boost mechanics checks, and any other checks which may benefit from an additional arm. Functions as an additional limb. And it -1 strain to take an extra maneuver.
Yes. I think in spirit, you're in a small cockpit,
Right.
moving really fast. And so I think it may not work like exactly as in the instruction booklet.
Sure.
Because that's something that's there to help you like do mechanic stuff in a. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight. So that could come into the equation.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've got those on you, and you've got your electro binoculars with safety features and delicate. They are delicate.
Yep.
What is it like? Two threat do something to them?
2 threat or despair can damage it by 1 step, but
Yes,
there's an auto advantage on perception checks.
Nice.
And it does decrease a setback for not necessarily adverse conditions, but low light, or too bright.
Love it. Nice. Anything else you're doing in there?
That's it. Yeah.
Up in the arena, or actually, Ted sees a protocol droid similar to what he's seen in the arena. A protocol droid kind of walks into his garage, and he's like, "You are Alex Trebex, correct?"
Correct. You got it.
Flying the mammoth plug.
Yeah. Calling her Mutsy.
Mutsy, flying Mutsy. Sir, we will be going to the starting line in just a few minutes. Are you relatively prepared and ready to leave the garage?
I'm set. You just let me know when.
Very good. It will be very soon, sir. Unfortunately, we've got quite a downpour occurring, but as they say, the Dasa Bege must go on. And he protocol droids out of the room. And we're going to swing back to the rain in the arena where the fight is over and Vod and Mookie are gathered.
Mookie, I tried to give him a chance.
You did a very honorable thing, Bud. But let's get you fixed up.
I don't think it's gonna work for the mountain. I think I'm gonna have to hit him in all 4 of his. I'm gonna have to hit him in the quad. But yeah, I'm hurting here.
Yeah.
Can
We'll get you through this.
Yeah, I need a little manipulation. If you can pull this shoulders out, if you know how to you've seen it done before, where you pop it back in, right?
Yeah, that's not a problem. That's pretty simple here. So Mookie's gonna perform med check.
And I'm gonna say between these two, between the this fight and the mountain, you guys are gonna have time to do 2 med checks. So kind of think how you want to do those.
Okay.
But you're gonna have a chance to do 2.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Thank
you know,
you,
kind of two moments to do that because there's a little bit more time between this one and the next one as compared to the first one and the one you just did. So the first one you're gonna do is trying to heal a easy crit.
No.
Okay.
No.
We're gonna go for wounds.
Wounds, okay. And you are less than half of your wound threshold, I think, Vod. Is that right?
No, I'm at 13. 12 and a half would be my wound threshold.
All right. So
I'm
this is
a
going to be a
smidge over.
hard. This is going to be a hard check there, Mookie.
Okay. I'm gonna suffer 2 strain and reduce it by 1.
Very good. And you're going to take a. It is just it is rain. It's pouring rain outside, and so you're doing this now. It's just a mess out there. So two setbacks. One for just 2 setbacks because the conditions out there are just not good for trying to do any kind of healing. It's a muddy disaster out there.
Okay. I'm going to flip a destiny to upgrade as well.
All right.
I haven't upgraded it yet. It's just rolling it now.
Ooh.
Nice.
Can you heal a
Okay.
crit with that?
Yep. A triumph rolled on a medicine check can
my
heal a crit.
God. That's awesome.
Okay, so let's see here. 2 success. That means he'll. I have 2 levels of surgeon, so that adds 2 additional. Heals 2 additional wounds.
Nice.
Um,
So 4 wounds healed.
4, and then I'm gonna use the advantage for my own strain.
Okay.
Heal 2 strain.
Yep.
And then I guess we'll use that nice triumph to take care
Remove a crit.
to remove the crit.
Yeah.
Wow. What did you just? Why did that
Pop
feel
my
like,
shoulder
Vod?
backs in. It was like all subluxed and hanging funny, and he like. I was like, oh God, yeah, I'm feeling good.
Nice. Pretty. That's a pretty good heal. Pretty good heal there. And so you guys are just kind of underneath a little bit of a that canvas tarp, and you see across from you, and kind of like remember in the Senate how there were those little the pods that come down in the Senate when someone's doing an address, little hollow repulsive pods. You see this pod come down with like a gigantic creature in it, and it goes down to one of the canvas tents, and this big Duwatan, the mountain, gets out, and he like tries to get underneath the canvas tent, and his head actually kind of like pops it up a little bit, and his little Toydarian medic is behind him flying.
Is he like 8 foot or 12 foot? How big is he? Like silhouette 3?
He's silhouette 2. He's silhouette 2, so he's like he's like he's 12 feet tall.
Yikes.
Mookie, were you trying to flip a destiny?
Oh my God.
Hit / destiny space L.
Okay. There we go.
And up on the kitten glider, you feel it lurch and begin moving back towards the treehouse between fights. You hear an announcement on board. Initiating landing procedure between fights. We will be landing at the treehouse in 5 minutes. Roquan, what's up?
All right, Buck. I think think we gotta just get we gotta get Vod up here at some point when you do your meeting, and that's when we take care of him.
Yeah, I think we need to bide our time until. Yeah, I'm curious to what's going to happen if maybe Vod. You think he stands a chance against that guy?
I mean, if it were anyone but him, I'd say no. But
I know. Vod's a
you
beast.
see him? Good God. He's not.
See, the problem with the meeting is now, I think we'll be so outnumbered.
Well, we'll have to stack the deck. We can stack
What
the deck.
only thing I've come up with is, somehow in the hubbub of the partying, if Dern can impersonate Rune while Rune's away, which he seems to do, maybe Rune, Dern as Rune could get him, away a little bit. Where you could be hiding and maybe I could be hiding too and we could take him out. But then that leaves the problem of, what do we do with his body? How do we get rid of that?
Oh, we can figure that out. We'll figure if we get to that point. That's no problem.
And like, would we even be able to take him out?
Vod?
Like, if there's
Yeah.
no, well, with Vod, I'm sure we could.
I can hold him in place, with magic.
But do you think we could get Justinian away enough, with Dern's help as impersonating Rune, and us somehow being there too? Like, how would we?
Well, I think that's a good idea. I think if we get because as of right now, I'm sure Rune hasn't had a chance to tell him about the meeting, right? Or if he has, he probably hasn't told him, that he thinks you're actually a man, that sort of a thing, So yeah, if we can more on the ASAP get Dern there in place of Rune, I think we could do the meeting just like he was originally talking about, but a lot, tell him that he believes us, then he won't have his guard up. And then we line it up.
But you think, that would still arouse suspicion, I'm sure.
Of who?
Like, how do we, will he still go anywhere without guards?
Well,
Like, if Dern is Rune, and what would he say to Justinian to make him leave with us alone? That is the question.
he seems like a cocky guy. I don't know. I guess I don't know for sure. But I think we have enough people that we could. I mean, is it Ted or you that has that bomb on you, grenade?
I don't have anything.
I think it's Ted. Snuck it in here. I mean, we. The thing is, we won't know until we get in there, But we have enough guys that we could put a couple on the outside in case something goes wrong to blow the doors open. Worst case scenario. Best case scenario, you, me, and Vod, or Vod's gonna win this. I'm sure he'll want to meet with Vod anyway. Maybe we could use that as a way to get up there.
I think we need. Yeah, I think.
But we need
an opportunity may arise with Vod.
Yeah. Yep. So maybe.
Side.
So I think maybe we can get those two the stars to align in that way, where maybe he, for a separate reason, Vod tries to get up there to meet him, and he'll probably be okay with talking to the winner, and then at the same time maybe we can get you or both of us in there as Rune Dern is infiltrating as Rune, and hopefully we can just make those two line up at the same time, and he'll never know that we're connected.
Yeah, I think I like that. I mean, Justinian, all eyes are on him, right now. and Rune. I know Dern can impersonate him really well, so
Yeah,
I think that's where we start.
let's do that. Yeah, because
But
I mean,
we have to wait until a good chance comes up. Like when maybe people are distracted, maybe when maybe he wants to meet with Bod or something like that if he wins.
well, we
Like,
could have
if-
Dern kind of whisper that in his ear, like, hey, you should check this guy out. Maybe he'll be a good bodyguard for you.
Mhm.
Maybe that's another good reason why.
Yes.
But we
Yeah.
should right now get start getting it going. With Rune.
Mhm.
So the only thing would be just maybe you meet with Rune alone again, and me and Dern take him out, tie him up, whatever, doesn't matter. But we got to do that first before Bod wins, I think.
You think so?
Well, if we want to
I don't
be,
know.
if we want Rune, if we want our fake Rune to tell, to tell him that he should meet with him, I think it needs to be soonish.
But okay, yeah, we take the approach of like, well, hey, meet with this guy. Bye. There's other approaches like, I mean, we could just say Rune, Dern as Rune could go up to him and say, there's been a problem with the Imperials need to speak with you immediately, and something like that, just to get him out of the room where we could be in waiting, all of us.
Yeah, that
kind
could
of
work
thing.
too.
Or maybe we have like, I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. There's a lot of things, and I'm scared.
You're overthinking. You're overthinking,
I'm
Buck.
scared. I'm weak. I can't.
Buck.
I can't
Buck.
strangle
I'm gonna
anyone.
slap him on the face and be like, "Buck, you've got this."
We have to basically take out we have to take this guy out with our plan right now. That's our plan.
We've done worse.
And I don't have the ability to do that. I mean, besides maybe causing distractions or getting the opportunity, but I can't execute it myself.
Well,
Buck, you feel your
for you.
you feel your pocket vibrating and your comm is vibrating.
Oh. I look to see what's going on.
Are you answering it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey.
Hello?
Hey, Buck. Remember me? It's Yeet. Yeet Shingle.
Oh, hey, Yeet, yeah. What's up?
The bartender from the Callisto Shadow.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Hey, you paid me for info. I remember, and listen, I'm a man of my word. Hey, you guys still on Thyfera?
Yeah.
I mean, I think I recall that Weequay friend of yours signing up for the Baragrar here a few nights ago. So.
Yeah, we're still here. We're actually watching them fight right now.
Listen. Oh, okay. You're there. Okay. Listen, hey, you seem like a nice guy, and I'm not 100% sure what your angle is. But the Callisto Shadow just got swept by some of those Imperial troopers, and they were asking questions that seemed pretty specific, and they were hard to pass off as a coincidence. You work with all those guys you came in here with a few nights back?
My little gang. Yeah, we work together.
Yeah. All right, you guys know anything about vandalizing an Imperial facility, or that's what they were talking about?
Huh.
Not us.
I mean, I heard about that.
Okay.
Something going on out on the mountain.
They
or
were
something?
asking questions about a Pantoran, a Weequay, an Arcanian. Just seemed pretty specific. But it seems like a pretty strong response here happening in Zalzak, just for some vandalism. Dang, man, this place is starting to crawl with those plastoid piss ants, and I can't help but wonder if it's you who sent them the invitation. If you catch my meaning.
Right. This is good to know. I think we're being hunted no matter what happened. I think you're right. The descriptions definitely match. So we'll be we'll be on our way, I believe,
Well, listen-
as soon as we can. Thanks for the
Listen,
info.
buddy, be careful. Be careful. You seem like a nice guy, and you paid me plenty, so I appreciate that, of course. But I listen. I didn't tell him a thing, okay? But whew, I don't know. There's quite a response happening here in Zalzak. It doesn't look so friendly, confined like normal, you know.
Yeah, I
Oh, they're
appreciate you
they're
sticking
circling-
your neck out there and holding true to your word. Appreciate it. You may
yeah, they're circling
may
back
have
down the
saved
steps.
us.
I gotta go. They're circling back down the steps. I gotta go. Okay, see you. Click.
That's trouble.
Yeah, we need to
All right.
we need
So
to hide or get off this planet pretty soon.
well, he didn't send him this way, so we have a little bit of time. But we need to get moving. Okay, so first things first, we need to line up our getaway. What's the name of that driver? You know, the really weird one, big ears.
Malo?
Malo. Yeah, we should probably line up that getaway with Malo. Seems like the perfect getaway, vehicle.
Yeah, speedy.
Yeah, so
Very
we should
fast.
do that, but don't you think we should talk to Jern quick and I think you just lure Rune into a place, to talk a little bit more about it. Even if he's suspicious with it, it doesn't matter. You and I take him out.
And at this point, there's horns playing. And if you guys in the kitten glider look up on the screens, and you see down in the arena what was kind of the fighting area. Now there are 7 pod racers that have been towed out onto the arena floor at the far south end of the arena, and they are all lined up in a line in the pelting rain. Ground eye view, front row seats are Vod and Mookie on one side of the arena, and on the other side, the Mountain with his Todarian medic are watching this. Ahead, across the arena, a large door is opening so that you can tell that the arena, there is a straightaway across the arena towards that open door. And behind where the pod races are lining up, there's another door opening. Ted, recalling what he's read in his piloting the Dasa Bege manual, remembers that the starting line and the finishing line of this race are both in the arena. And now standing on the platform inside the kitten glider is Rune, and he says, "Hey there, gun. This thing on? Hello, 1, 2. Oh, it's on. All right. Hey, everybody. This is the race that I'm sure you have all been waiting for. This year's Dasa Bege, destined to take place in what looks like a tempest of a thunderstorm. Those races down there, they're good for it. This year's race, like last year's race and the race before it, will go across the lava plains into the bowels of Clisto and the Rook Swamp, the slopes of Clisto, and through the grove of the Blood Eagle, before finishing here in what hopes to be an exciting circuit leading to glory. The races for the Dasa Bege this year are, and the crowd is cheering as they begin listing off the racers for the Dasa Bege. And if you go to roll 20, let's take a look. piloting the GPE 3130, the Zabrak Fluke Drenati. Yay! The crowd's cheering. And piloting his custom pod racer, the Tusk Delarty Asher. And the Ortolan waves, wearing his goggles with the wings on them that were provided to him by Rune. He waves at the crowd, and the crowd's cheering. In her quadra, the Alina Patrice Kendon. And she's like, ha! She's looking at you. She makes a particular look at Ted, and she flashes him the double bird.
She's
And
a real shit.
she waves as she like hops into her quadra. Piloting his Incendia, the Zexto Tex McCleister. And he waves all of his extra arms above his head. Hey, everybody, I'm gonna scooby-doobly run this thing. And then goes down to piloting the custom pod racer, the Robo Lobo, the Shistavin Barf Fryer.
Barf.
Shistavin.
I'm barf.
And piloting the Wasp, the Tognath Puck. And Puck raises his hand, and inside the kitten glider, you see the hut next to the window, next to Justinian, like cheering as the Puck is one of the hut racers. And new to pod racing this year, piloting the Mammoth is Alex Trebex. And the crowd, the cameras are all swarming around Ted down on the rainy starting line next to his Mammoth pod racer, and the crowd's cheering.
And Ted focuses in, just ignores the crowd and the cameras, and just climbs in.
And the again over the loudspeakers plays the. Right now, I'm just curious. Can any of you guys hear the music I'm playing, or is it off for all of you?
I got it on.
I don't. I wasn't sure if it was on for anybody. The music plays, getting ready to start the Dasa Bege. And there's flat screens all around with Nikto singing this. And the racers are getting into their vehicles and beginning to fire up engines. They're all kind of looking left and right, looking down the line at each other, eyeing each other. Everyone's got their goggles on. Some people are out in the rain because they have open air cockpits. Some have cockpits with a glass over the top. The din down on the arena floor is incredible. It's like a bunch of drag racers just revving their engine. The crowd's getting excited as these flat screen TVs are playing this chant from the Nikto warriors on all these images. And Rune says, "Pilots, start your engines." And what I'm going to do is he says, "Pilot, start your engines," and I got to get my notes out for the Dasa Bege. And so we are all fired up on the track, ready to take off. I just got to get out my notes. Can we just take like a 5-minute break and then run this thing?
Mm-hmm.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm gonna get my stuff out, and we're about ready to run the Dasa Bege.
Woohoo.
during this race, Mookie,
Yeah.
you are going to be running a yellow die, and you are going to be rolling for you're going to be rolling for the Alina, Patrice Candon.
Okay.
So when it's time to roll,
Yeah.
you'll roll a yellow.
Okay.
And Roquan,
Yep.
you are going to roll a green die, and you're going to be rolling for the Zabrak, Fluke Drenati. Okay.
Yep.
Buck,
Yeah.
you are going to be rolling a blue and a black die. The blue die is the Zexto Tex McCleister, and the black die is the Ortolan Delardi Ager.
So roll those
Okay.
separate.
You'll roll those. You could Delardi Ager. And yeah, you can just roll. I mean, you can just roll like, dot R BK. And then Greg, you're going to be rolling a red die, and you're going to be rolling for the Tognath Pock. And I'll roll the purple die for the Shistavin Bar Fryer. Ted, did you get, or Rigel, did you get my text about kind of the general sense of how this is going?
We discussed 5 range bands per area. And then that's what you meant, right? That text?
You got my text at like 8 p.m. Did it get to you?
No.
Oh, it always fails to send to you from my basement. I don't know why.
It's because I'm in my basement.
If
you just want a Discord private message, or that's fine too. Here.
It's really just it won't send. Sorry.
On Discord too?
Oh no, it will on Discord.
Yeah, just send me I just sent you a quick message on Discord. You can just put it in there. Yeah.
So it's gonna feel very similar to the Farstein race. All you guys who are rolling die, we're gonna keep track of the positive results on them. So or on the given die. So if you're rolling a dark, if you're rolling a purple or a black, we're gonna keep track of like failures that you're rolling. On the green or the yellow, we're gonna keep track of the successes. On a red die, we'll keep track of the failures. Each triumph or despair is worth 3, and it's just gives you guys something to roll there.
Are those minuses?
Yes. So you want to drive well, drive fast.
So the higher the number, the better?
Yeah. How many successes were on your last roll to finish the stage? Minus how many times did you have to roll to succeed in getting to the stage?
Yeah.
Minus 6 minus your final speed.
I see.
Drive fast, Ted.
Okay, so knowing that now, I had like calculated every round out. I will adjust that slightly, and that's good to know. Here's my question for it's the final speed of the stage. So it's as I cross the threshold of it. So if I'm going 4 range bands at speed 5, I go like 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4.
Oh my God. I just like, man, whatever when you have a
Okay.
successful driving check, how fast are you going?
Okay, then that's.
And I kind of meant to send it to you late, so we're not totally gaming it. We're just kind of, you are Ted. You're in a pod racer. You've never flown a pod racer before.
Right.
Fly fast and fly good.
So there's a difference between when I take the dangerous driving check and when I pass the threshold of the range bands. That's what I'm asking. You want to do it when it takes when I take the dangerous driving check. Is that right? Because
the defensive driving check that will get you through the phase
is the calculation number. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Then I don't need to ever worry about accelerating or decelerating. That's fine.
Well, you're starting at 0.
Right. I mean, after I accelerate.
Once you get to speed, yeah.
Because
if you fail a dangerous driving, it automatically takes you down 1 speed, and you got to re-roll.
Sure, that's fine.
So you might want to speed up again then.
Right. Yeah. I had that's cool. That's cool. I'd calculated out based on the number of range bands and when my forced movement occurs to decelerate to 4, accelerate to 5, and I was gonna narrative that out, and that's not gonna make an impact, so I'm not gonna do that, and I'm ready to go.
Let's go, Ted. Ted,
yeah,
this is it.
Drive fast, drive good.
Yep, we'll drive fast.
And so we're at speed 0 when this starts.
Yep.
And Greg, is everything up and on?
Oh yeah, I've been up for a while. We're streaming.
All right. And you hear Rune's voice come over the intercom. Pilots, get ready to roll in. Get ready to drive in 3, 2, 1, go! And on this initial coming out of the arena, Ted, you can this round, just getting out of the arena, you can take a maneuver and an action. This just getting up, just going right now. You are just flying across the arena as you see your fellow pod racers flying across the arena towards that garage door opening at the far end. And there'll be no dangerous driving check. This is just a maneuver and an action, just getting you going.
All right. I'm going to punch it. I'm going to accelerate all the way to 5. Taking 4 system strain, so throttles all the way forward.
Nice.
And just blasting out of there. And then I'm going to use that Dianoga arm, and I'm going to try and recover some of that system strain using the action of oh my gosh, I just had it up here. It's called
damage control.
Damage control. Thank you.
All right, and your system strain is
less than half. Yeah. So it's an easy.
Mechanics check.
Yes.
So wait, your Dianoga arm is rerouting energy and just dampening the electrical strain. That's badass. That's
yeah.
So good. That's so good.
It's reaching around.
You're flying out of the arena. You just buried the needle.
Yeah. And mechanics checks. Gee. Everything. Okay. Any setbacks?
On this one, there is no. This is just getting you out of the arena.
Okay. Okay, for the mechanics check, I mean. Damage control. Okay.
Take a mechanics. On the mechanics check, take a setback for that's the arm trying to do it in a really cramped space.
Cool. And I can remove the setback from the gearhead?
So you remove 5 strain.
All right. 5 strain. It's coming off that for 4, so it's a base strain. Yeah.
And you guys all just kind of exit. You exit. Just no one really had too much trouble just hitting the accelerator and flying straight. You guys come flying out of the arena, and the first thing that Ted sees in front of him, we'll get roll 20 going, is out of the arena and into the lava plains, where ahead of you it has almost like a moon-like surface with lots of bubbling magma pools and spitting magma from the still seismically and volcanically active Mount Clisto, weaving the necessary need to weave through all this magma and lava. The group approaches, and everyone who has a die assigned to you, you are representing the other pilots flying through the first stage. And if you had a die assigned to you, now is the time to roll it and let me know what you get.
As Ted busts out of the arena, Vod's braids kind of go. He cheers him on as he exits in less than a second. No failures. No. Yeah. Are you watching, Ian?
Okay. Yeah, I'm watching them. I'm trying to watch them. Blue got 1 success.
Yeah. So
Black got no successes. Who's
Ted's
rolling
got-
for green?
That'd be Roquan.
That's I think Roquan. And who's rolling yellow?
That's me.
Mookie.
That's Mookie.
To advantage.
To advantage?
Yeah,
Why don't I see it?
it's up above.
You're
Yeah,
You're
I'm
rolling,
at the top.
oh.
He's right under me.
Are you in Rogue One?
No,
Yeah,
we're
we
in-
rolled
we're in
it. We
dice.
rolled it when Ian
Oh.
said go.
Oh.
We're right under the destiny change.
Oh, okay. Got
Oh,
you.
wow. Okay.
All right. And so the pod races are starting to jockey for position across this lava field, weaving around the magma and the spitting lava. And Ted, this you now have a chance for a maneuver and then an action. And remember, your action can be either a dangerous driving check, or you can forego the dangerous driving check if you wish, though bad things could happen.
Muted.
Okay. Am I allowed to take an extra pilot-only maneuver if I strain and system strain?
To take 2 pilot maneuvers per turn.
Yeah, as per Genesis and rules. Just wondering.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So can I use the reposition to move ahead range bands?
I mean, yeah, sure.
So that would move me faster. I guess that doesn't like take into account that's not taken into account with your metrics, but that was one of my plans, was that I would be system straining to like push forward and reposition.
Yeah. So you're straining, so you can move 2 range bands in a straight line.
Yeah, that was the goal, is that I've calculated out that I can, if I'm at speed 5, I'm going to be moving 4 range bands, then I can move a 5th range band by pushing that system strain.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of assuming you have like a straight, like repositioning, as I think of it, is kind of like steering and like moving around stuff.
Yeah.
I think on none of these stages are you just going to have, outside of the stage you just did, which was like just rocketing across the arena, are you necessarily going to have like a straight, like perfectly straight line?
Sure. And I mean, like jockeying for position, like that would be my reposition move too, is like getting ahead of other pod racers and saying like, I'm going to be moving above or below or like tilting to the side.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You're like, that's what I would think you'd be doing, but I don't know if it's like in the spirit of reposition, and I don't want to argue over this right
Yeah,
now, but
yeah,
like,
for sure.
because I want to keep the intensity up. But like, the spirit would be like, take a reposition, but I don't know if it's like take 2 maneuvers to go in a perfectly straight line, 2 range bands, and then throttle back and then just finish
Okay.
the other. Like move
Cool.
one and then like do something else that's cool.
Okay, got it. Then we'll just roll dangerous driving at 5. So what's the setbacks?
Well, I think you can do like one reposition to like, kind of move a little bit in. I don't know. Man. All right. So there's 3 setbacks on this roll.
You got
Okay.
this,
One
Ian.
is your hand that was torn up.
Yep.
2 is the rain.
Okay.
3 is you're weaving through lava.
Okay. And 4 is my handling.
Yes.
Okay.
Flip as much destiny as you need to.
Yeah,
Ted.
I'll flip it. I'll flip a destiny.
But Rigel, if you want to
yeah.
do 1 reposition, that's awesome. I think 2 repositions is a little. It feels a little cheesy.
You can't do 2 repositions. I mean, I wouldn't. I would.
You can do.
I mean,
a reposition for sure.
there's. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna just do this. We'll see.
You got this, Ted. You got this, Ted.
Woo, nothing. Yeah.
You
Oh, wow.
you did not pass your dangerous driving.
Nope.
Oh shit.
How can you use destiny, a triumph when you're flying? Whatever you want it to be. It's like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory here.
I can see a shortcut. I see that there's a place where I can like go out of the lava plains, and it is less dangerous the next time I go through.
That is that your advantage or your triumph?
That's the triumph.
Perfect.
That
will.
Yeah.
That take off. I would say use the triumph. Just you can downgrade the difficulty of the next roll by figuring that out.
Okay.
For the triumph.
Yeah.
Advantages.
I will not lose speed, I guess.
Right on.
Sure.
Yep, you're still going 5, and you can downgrade this next roll, even though.
Okay.
And so Ted, did you want to do a maneuver on this turn?
There's like I mean the maneuvers it doesn't
I'm
make
totally fine with a reposition maneuver ×1.
Well, I mean, based on what's going on, like the range bands don't matter, right?
Kinda.
What? They kind of don't matter.
You were able, if you wouldn't have kept your speed up, that would have affected you, I think.
Well, you said that there were 4 range bands per area, but like your metrics don't take that into account. Like force movement doesn't matter in this system.
Yeah, they're 4 range bands. So if you're going anything less than 5, it'll take 2 rolls.
It's your speed. You just have
Unless
to
I
be
use
at-
reposition. That like I
Yep.
factored
Yep. If you want to use the reposition, you can.
right.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean I guess I'll reposition.
Okay. So you've got to
Yeah.
cover 4 range bands at this point.
So am I not traveling those 4 because I failed the dangerous driving? Is that what's happening?
Yeah. Just like it didn't work. You got to
Okay.
pass it to move.
I thought
When you
it's
fail-
just that I take a collision.
Yeah. Okay,
Don't I
maybe I
still
don't
take a
understand.
Yeah, because I'm unclear about how this works.
All right. So let's take a pause.
Yeah.
You have to pass the dangerous driving to drive it through.
To move.
I'm not
to
going to
move it
collision.
all. To like
Yeah,
move it
I'm not
all.
going to collision you unless
Oh.
you're like unless something happens in the roll that allows me to.
Okay.
Oh.
You have
Cool.
you have to pass a dangerous driving. So you like
So it's just pass
you
fail.
you were driving and you like couldn't quite see your way to make the first moving because of the massive cars around you.
Yeah.
And you weren't able to kind of keep up with them initially, and you're kind of having to recalibrate.
Okay.
You can
Yeah,
still use that
then,
maneuver to do your range band shorter by 4, because then you might be able to pull it off in 1, right? Like that still helps. You just still have to pass the dangerous driving and have your speed high enough.
Yeah. But
And
I will not just bounce
Right.
your pod racer off the ground every time you fail one.
And ultimately, I
Okay.
shouldn't be going faster
Okay.
because the negative is the same if I'm going 4 versus 5. So yeah, never mind. That's fine. As long as I pass it. All right, cool. Let's go. Next one, right?
Yep.
I'm repositioning so I don't have to roll twice.
Yep. And
Cool.
but you're still going 5, so yep, you're still going 5.
Yep.
Do you want to roll it?
The next one, sure. Yeah.
Is there any
wait,
narration about
how
who
many
makes it through this time, or not till it's all over?
I failed that. I didn't roll 2 setbacks.
Oh wait.
There's 3 setbacks. There's 3 more.
Oh
Or
wait,
wait,
but I said you could downgrade the difficulty with that triumph.
Yeah.
And yeah.
All right.
Why don't you just roll that one again, Rigel?
Redo.
Well, let's just try again.
And there are still 3 setbacks. Still 4 setbacks.
Your setbacks are still looking similar. There.
Okay.
Got it.
Hey. All right.
And you are through. So what we see coming out of the lava plains are there's a group of 4 people in the rear. That is the Tognath Pak, the Alina, Patrice Candon, and the Ortoline, Delardi Ager, and in the with them, kind of in that pack in the back, is Alex Trebex. Up ahead, you guys see starting to pull away as the lava plains turn into a slope that goes down into caves, is the Schistavin Bar Friar, the Zabrak Fluke Donati, and the Zexto Tex McCleister. And what we see is the lava plains gradually give way to the spitting lava calms for a second as we enter into a cave system underground that's very dark and dank and narrow and tight. And we enter into this area, and yes, and I want you to Ted, I want you, before we get going on this, to roll a vigilance check. All right. And there is another car coming up behind you, and they you see as you enter into this cave system, bumping into your car from the side, you see this smiling little impish form who looks like this in her quad engine vehicle, Patrice, and she looks over you and she says, and you see her reach down by her feet as she's like trying to driving next to you in this group in the back, and she lobs something at you from her car. And let's see what happens. She is a short distance away from you, and this is one hell of a difficult task. But she's throwing something at you. And it nothing really happens other than it's this thing that she throws bounces off your cheek and goes skittering behind, and in your rear view mirror you see this thing go and something explode. And we're doing a initiative at order in the middle of this right now. So you would have a chance to do something to her that it's not going to count as your maneuver or your action right now. She's jockeying next to you. She's bumping into you. She just threw something at you that bounced off your cheek and exploded behind you.
I'll throw a frag grenade back at her.
Nice. So just it's it'll be 3 setback on the trying to throw something while you're driving.
All right.
That's the grenade we need to break.
What? Fuck! I can't hear you. What?
We need a grenade.
It's pretty cavey.
We need a grenade.
3 setbacks.
Yep.
Okay. And it's average, you said?
Yeah, you guys are kind of short to each other.
Okay.
Or I did that wrong. But yeah, you're right next to each other.
And then any other upgrades or anything? No?
No.
Hey, it hits her. How much is a frag grenade do?
8?
Yeah.
You're at a frag?
Am I too close to proc blast to get other
Frag does
people?
do 8. Frag does do 8 damage.
So it hits her and it kind of like rattles down like into her like little cockpit.
Sure. Oh, so I guess blast wouldn't really do much unless it would just damage more of her systems.
It
Killed her.
It's just
what is the damage on that thing?
just dead. It's 8 plus 3, 11.
Nice.
She did.
And there's a I'm just gonna for sake of it, there is an explosion, and there's just you see and all of a sudden, like, you guys are flying, you're moving so fast, and her car just like loses acceleration immediately, and you see it like flaming coming out of the cockpit and way behind you at this point. And so at a bare minimum, whoever rolls yellow is not going to roll this round, but everyone who is not yellow roll. And that initiative is done. That little mini battle is done. Black got 1. Blue got 1. Red got 1.
Green got nothing.
Green got nothing. I got to roll the purple.
Green sucks.
Oh.
Purple got 2. And all right, and Ted,
Yes.
you have just launched that grenade. It exploded. The to advantage of that toss is going to be your goggles got kind of like askew a little bit, so that's going to be a setback. And then on this there's going to be a setback for dark, a setback for the terrain, and a setback for your goggles getting knocked ajar by her toss.
Okay, and then did my 4 advantage do something?
Did it?
Oh, yeah, I was wondering. I mean, like, did I proc blast? Is that what happened for her, or was that something that was unspent?
You had a successful. It was a successful hit for a frag grenade, which we said was
11, right?
11.
Yeah.
And so she was hurt by that, and her car is on fire, and sure, what did
I feel
I thought the 4
was the 4 for the blast, or was it that's what I'm wondering. Was that what happened, or can I use it to get a boost on my next check, because I feel pumped up by getting rid of this bully for a little bit.
Why don't you give yourself a boost, and you ignited the blast, which effed up her car.
Okay, got it.
Dark terrain, goggles all messed up. Those are the 3 setbacks as of right now.
Okay. Well, as a maneuver, I'm gonna fix my goggles,
Very good.
and so that's dark. So can I remove the setback for dark from the goggles? Or the electro binoculars. I guess I would like to.
So are you just like wearing your electro binoculars this entire race?
I'd rather use my maneuver to put my electro binoculars on.
Perfect.
To remove a setback. So then
Yes.
it's the setback for. So then my goggles wouldn't be askew, correct? Because I'd be wearing my electro binoculars.
Your eye. You got something in your eye.
Okay, I've got something in my
eyelash.
So my eye, my arm, and my handling. So 3.
Dark, you corrected. Terrain is 1.
Terrain.
Askew goggles is 2. Or your eye.
My
your
eye. Sure.
And then handling. So there'd be 3. Yes.
Okay, got it. And then I'm gonna flip a destiny. Did I flip the last one? I don't know if I flipped the last one. I think I have to flip 2 now. Uh-oh.
Triumph. Despair.
All right. So you were successful in your drive.
Thanks.
What's that triumph, do you think, Raj?
The triumph. I'm in the caves, and I have knocked the Shistavanen, the purple. I've knocked him against the cave wall. I've like blam and pushed him up against the cave wall with that triumph.
Okay.
Hopefully
Okay.
knocking him out
that's
for
gonna
one round.
That's going to slow down his roll a little bit. Yep.
Yeah.
It's going to slow down his roll. Yep. I like it. And as you were smashing him into the wall, you have you suffer a minor collision.
Okay.
Which is just a vehicle crit.
Okay. I don't think there's vehicle crits on this, but you probably have the.
I think there is. I think it's exclamation point.
Is there?
Oh, we've done it.
Yeah, we did. Crit. Oh, I don't know.
Vehicle crit roll. There we go. Here we go. Let's try. Wait, that doesn't work. Interesting. Slash vehicle.
Dice roller commands.
Yeah, do you see it in there?
I'm looking.
I think I'm looking at the wrong one.
Ship crit.
Ship crits.
Exclamation point ship crit. Plus or minus whatever you need to.
Ship crit.
Ship crit.
Is it? That didn't work.
SHIPCRIT? Oh, yeah. Oh,
do I have
one
to
word.
use one word?
One word, yeah.
Silly me.
Ship crit.
I'm jostled.
All right.
I'm disoriented. No.
Yeah, exactly. You as you went into the wall, one of your engines sparked, flash, and you're going to suffer a strain, and you're disoriented in the next round that we race.
Okay.
Take a step back.
All
right.
Setback.
And I guess the ship has a crit on it right now.
And so in this area, so that I don't have to take a second roll. Wait, 2 rolls to get through this area for the range bands. Can I take a second maneuver and reposition?
So you successfully got through.
Yeah.
You blasted. You feel the cave is like coming out from under you, and you see the light at the end of the tunnel, and you just and you reposition to get you blast out
Through there. Yeah. Cool.
Yep.
And I'll take 2 strain to do that, but not.
You were successfully. Strain. Yep. You are successfully through this through stage B. You made it.
Cool.
And 1 second, I'm just kind of getting a gander. And you're running 5 and 1. All right. And so,
how do you adjust your roll, Ian, for the Shistavan for Barf getting slammed?
He's just not going to roll this coming round.
Okay.
So pushes him against the wall. He's like the Shistavan, the Barf Friar's like skidding against the wall. Sparks coming from the left side of his Robo Lobo custom pod racer. Way back in the cave system, there's another secondary explosion as Patrice Candon's ship is like on fire and really messed up. She's not going to roll for a couple rounds. And they come flying out of this area with Pock and Delardi Ager, the Ortolan, right behind Tex McCleister, who is in the lead. And within that milieu is is Ted. So it's kind of like Ted and the Shistavin are kind of right next to each other. Up ahead of them is Pock and the Ortolan, and in front of the Ortolan is Tex McCleister. And you come out of the cave going through a swamp, all kinds of mangrove trees hanging down, large standing water, vines. The visibility is awful. There's animals leaping through in front of you, around you. The water splashes up as you come into the swamp. And here we go. We're going into the swamp area. This is the Rook Swamp. And
Ted always starts from behind. This is how you start. You've got this. I know when you fly your ship upside down, whatever you painted on your ship's side, when you fly upside down, it says Rebel.
Yeah.
Which is the way you just stylistically how you named your ship.
So
it's cool.
flying through the mangrove jungle swamp here. Let's see. Let's get a roll from red, green, black, and blue.
Red has nothing.
Green is 1.
How do you do the blue and black combo together, Ian? How do you interpret?
Well,
juries?
neither. Those are 2 zeros. I just look at them.
Oh, successes. Okay.
Yeah. All right, and we're blasting through the swamp as we come up into the swamp. That thunderstorm is going crazy. There's lightning bolts flashing. There's driving rain. It's raining cats and dogs. The trees are swaying. It's thick vegetation that Ted is trying to get through here. This is a setback for rain and 2 setbacks for thick vines, wood, and vegetation.
Okay. And then a setback for handling.
Yeah.
All right.
And are you still wearing your night vision goggles?
I will take them off, I think. I don't know. Would they help me in this situation? Am I seeing better with them on through the rain?
I think it feels like they're not. It feels like it would be harder to see with those on.
Right? Yeah, I'm gonna take them off. Yep. All right, I'll take them off. I am. Yeah, I'm gonna try this. Oh, okay. 3
You were
success.
successful. You were successful.
There we go.
Advantages.
The advantages,
Nice.
I will recover 2 strain.
For
And-
Alex Trebek's.
Actually, no. Can I get a boost on my next? Oh, I didn't actually get a boost on this one. I was supposed to get a. Can I just add that boost on here?
Do it.
Right. Hey, that's good, right? That helps my metrics. All right.
That does.
And then yeah, I'll just recover. No, I'd like to take a boost on the next drive, if that works. Can I do that for 2?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And the Mammoth's got those 4 huge engines, and it's got that one that's a little bit touchy from the previous accident. And that despair is it like some of the parts in it are starting to rattle loose and really starting to pull to the right pretty hard. So you're gonna upgrade the difficulty of your next piloting check once. Increase you're going to increase the difficulty of your next piloting check by 1.
Yeah. Okay.
That upper right engine is really starting to pull towards the right, but you're flying through the jungle. You've cruised through. You're about like 1 range band from the end of it.
And I'll take 2 strain to reposition out of it. If I can.
And you so you did I trust you've got all this. You've got all the strain. You've got it figured out.
I do. You can watch my sheets.
And you come flying out of the swamp, and you're faced with the slope of Callisto comes down in front of you. And you're going to have, the only way to get around this, you see this huge boulder field in front of you, and you've got to get, you have a boulder field in front of you, and then the higher up you get on the slope, the more there's not boulders, but the more there is a slope, a slant and gravity to deal with. And you guys are entering this area, and as we enter this area, we have here, just a second. Did I write that somewhere? Just a second. Yep. Yep. All right. And so we've got, entering into this area, Bar Fryer still with the ship that's sparking, but managing to like keep it together, and Text McCleister, and pushing up from the rear, starting to join the leaders, is Alex Trebex in the front of this group, and immediately behind them is Pock in the Wasp, and Fluke Drenati and Delardi Ager in their ships, in a pretty tightly bunched group. And we enter into the slopes, and pulling up next to Ted is Pock, the Tognath, and he has 2 tubes coming down here, and he's staring at you with these pupilless yellow eyes, and he starts ramming your ship from the upper push, and he's trying to push you down into the boulders, and it's going to be a opposed piloting planetary versus piloting planetary check to see who gets the most successes to push the other one into the boulders. So Tognath is gonna roll a piloting check,
Okay.
and versus Ted's piloting check.
What do I roll?
And it's
Ted...
gonna be they're both going 5, and so 1 second. So Greg, you would roll YYY GG BRR.
Okay. Anything else? Setbacks?
And then for this one, yeah, they're up on that. So 2 setbacks. And then Ted, there would be your piloting.
Jesus.
Your piloting with 2 setbacks from the terrain and the rain against Pox.
And I also okay. And so the difficulty?
Your speed, RR.
Okay, plus the increased difficulty from the
yeah, your ship is pulling hard to the right. Yes.
And then I get a boost from my last upgrade thing. So
yes,
there we go.
I've been rolling yellow all night, and I've never had a triumph. I'm so sorry, Ted.
He's trying to push you off.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
But wait, does he win that with the advantage?
Well, I think,
okay, never mind.
Oh my god, that's it. So this wasn't necessarily like the dangerous driving. Gosh, Shoot. I think Tognath just barely wins that one, and he pushes Ted down into the boulder area. That was really honestly on that one. I was just looking for an opposed check, so I'm gonna worry less about the rest of the stuff on that. I just think Tognath won that skirmish. That's all I was looking for, was who won that skirmish.
Okay.
So Ted is pushed down in the boulders. The reason that's important is just the boulders are just crazier to try to get through as opposed to the slope. So it just makes it makes it a little bit harder to fly through this. So Pac went up next to you. He rammed you in the side. He pushed you down the slope. You feel your craft skidding down the slope into the boulders, and now all these boulders are like flying by you, and you're trying to drive through them. Let's get red, yellow, purple, green, black, and blue. Everyone roll this one.
You don't? Do you want Pop to roll too?
Yep, Pac, roll one.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, sorry. Yep. I got one. So Pac got one.
Cut. Oh, I just put that in my game notes. Let's try it over here. Nothing. All right. Very good. And Theodore Yedman, Alex Trebex, you are now down running through the boulders and the rain. This is a 3 setback situation as you're swerving between these gigantic boulders, and the rain comes down, making visibility very difficult on the slopes of Callisto.
Okay. Here goes. Oh,
Holy cow!
Whoa.
I like those
You
numbers.
made it.
Oh, nice.
So
Wow.
good.
Going
so
fast.
Tell me,
Good. Nice, Ted.
you were successful. You're almost out of the boulders.
Yep.
Your body is just like, this has been taxing. Your hands are sweaty. That wound on your left hand has reopened and it's bleed. Your steering column, there's like blood just like dropping onto your lap. Your hand is open in a gash. That's going to cause just 2 strain on your person
Okay.
with those 2 threats. Your hand is really stinging. It's bleeding all over the place in there. But that was a hell of a roll.
All right. And can I? Yeah. What were you saying?
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I'll try and get through this boulder area into the next area if possible with my maneuver.
Good. And they come out of the slopes of Callisto into the grove of the Blood Eagle, which looks like a redwood forest. All these trees out there, huge trees. It's like you're doing your speeder bike race through Endor. And in the lead now by himself is Alex Trebex, and following right on his butt is Barf Fryer, the Shistavan. A little bit back from those people are somehow miraculously, with half of a burnt face and a ship that's still strewing black smoke, is Patrice Candon, along with the Fluke Drenati, and hey, here I come, Scoobly Doobly, Tex McCleister. At this point, Pac and the Orderline are taking up the rear as we enter into the final stage before the straightaway, the Grove of the Blood Eagle.
Do you have a roll 20 graphic for us?
Yep, going in the roll.
If you have,
I did.
I know.
I'll show you the slopes of Callisto as you guys were flying through the slopes of Callisto and the boulders and the slopes and trying to make that angle. and you come rocketing out of there into the grove of the Blood Eagle with all of its gigantic trees of Thiferian greatness. These are the trees, the like capital grove of the Blood Eagle tree is the treehouse. These are a lot of the trees around that area. They're gigantic, and you got to weave through them. And let's see it. RYPGKB. Everyone, roll your dice.
One.
Luke, I think
Oh,
you
the
rolled
comeback,
one
the
on
comeback
everyone.
kid. The comeback kid.
Everyone but one.
Did-
Yeah. Nice and even.
All right. Wow, it's quite a pack. Oh, I missed the Zabrak. Where is he? Sorry. You got one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yep. Yes. And all right. So Alex Trebex, you are you're going through thick trees and pouring down rain. There are 3 setbacks on this roll,
Okay.
plus the handling.
Yep.
You still going 5er?
And there's still a roll after this, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool.
Yep. A straightaway to the end.
Hey, okay.
You're getting the hang of it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Pod racing's it's not too bad. We'll say that I'm figuring out some of these controls, and I'm noticing that I can like really push this thing to its limits.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try and upgrade that next check.
There you go. And just again, I'm gonna go back to that hand. It is now like it stings like crazy, and you can hardly even hold your left column anymore because that thing's bleeding. Your pants are like totally soaked in blood, and you're gonna take another person strain.
Sounds good. And then can I just maneuver forward again, or is the maneuver around
Yeah, you
some
come-
of these things?
Coming out of the trees, here we come. All the carts are coming out of the trees at this point. Boom, blasting into the front is the mammoth. Still in the lead is that Pantoran upstart, fully in control of this race and leading. And behind him is Fluke Drenati and Barf Fryer.
Hell yeah, Ted.
And
I love this.
And they're a couple.
I'm yelling.
They're each a couple lengths back. So the top 3 racers are going to make the final, because there's only 3 people who can win this. Everyone else is too far back to win this in the brief straightaway. As you can see in front of you, the crowd and you can see the big like hollow of actually rune above the stadium, and the stadium is on their feet and everyone's cheering, and you can actually almost hear them over the sounds of your mammoth engines chugging as you go towards the straightaway. You see the opening to the arena. Ted, you are in the lead with the other 2 behind you. So whoever runs the Zabrak Fluke Drenati, you are now going to roll a piloting check.
That is.
Was he the
you,
yellow?
Drew, that's Drew on the
That's
buff.
green. Whoever's been rolling the green.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
And
What's the
I want you to green. I want you to flip a destiny.
Okay.
I'll flip a dark destiny.
Yeah, I got it.
This
And
is crazy.
your roll green is going to be YYYG, and you are going to take 2 setbacks on your roll.
Mhm.
And you're going maximum speed, so it's going to be RR. The YYYGRRK.
2 setbacks or 1?
You
think you
have
said 2.
1 because of rain, and no, it goes like this. It's 1 because of rain.
Yep.
2 setbacks because you're 2 lengths behind the leader. So YYYGRRKKK.
KKK, yep.
And keep track of how many successes and failures, etc. Ooh, look out! That's Luke rolling. And then I think I'm the Shistavin. So here's Barf Fryer, and he also is going to roll. He also is going to flip a destiny, and
Barf.
he is going Barf Fryer. And where's Barf?
The
Ooh,
dark side is strong with these racers.
yeah.
They're fucking
And
evil racers.
he has pretty good handling on his ship. He's got the Robo Lobo custom, but he is 2 behind and the rain. So here comes Barf Fryer. He's 2 behind and the rain. He has some good handling. He's going 5, and he flipped a destiny. 2 success.
Man.
Wait,
And
why
then
I already flipped a destiny.
I think you used
Oh, you
too
did?
many.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, yep.
and
Destiny,
the
yeah.
all right, and then this is it. This is the straightaway, my friend. This is it. So you've got to beat. You've got a 2 success on you and a 1 success on you.
And success is all that matters.
Success at this point. Success is all that matters. This is an opposed piloting check. They've already taken their setbacks from the space behind you.
And then, okay, so what are my setbacks?
Rain.
So 1 for rain
Yep.
and 1 for handling. Okay.
Yep.
And then RR. This is my action for the turn, right?
This is all the you can take a maneuver if you want, but I it's not gonna. This is like
it's not gonna do anything.
It all
right?
comes down to the action. It's the action roll.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
then you also have, Rigel, you also have a
I already did flip
setback.
a destiny.
You have a setback for that huge rebel upside down flag that you just unfurled.
I did nothing of the sort. There's too much heat, imperial heat on this planet right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope. Okay, cool. I have a whole talent that I could bring into play right now, but I can't. That's all right. No, I can't because it's an action. I can't do it. It's fine.
Just get 3rd place.
All right. Exactly. Come on. Oh my god.
Ah, fuck.
It's an all or nothing sort of thing, man. It's the same thing 2 in a row. There we go.
That's pretty good.
All of this was just a precursor to 1 roll.
And they come flying in. In the lead is Alex Trebex, and behind him, chugging past, the veteran of the circuit, Barf Fryer by a nose.
Oh.
And in 3rd place, coming in, is Fluke Drenati. And the crowd goes crazy as Barf Fryer does a big scoop-a-loop around the arena, and he gets out and he says, "Oh!" And the crowd goes crazy. Oh.
There we go. Hey.
Vod's cheering Ted on wildly, bleeding. He's like, wipes him, licks the blood. He's like, Ted, yeah. Because 2nd place again is pretty awesome still.
Not bad.
And
For the
he
first
didn't
pod
die.
race.
Right.
Not die.
I didn't die. That's
He
true.
did
I
not
didn't
die.
Can't say for
Ah!
There we go. Cool.
Alright.
Hey.
Hey,
What's surprising?
and I'm gonna why don't on
you
that
rolled 5 yellow and a green, and you got 3 success. That's annoying. These dice.
Yeah.
Sometimes
It happens.
it happens.
Yeah.
You played well. You raced well, Ted.
Thanks.
You did.
I probably should have rolled one more setback because my hand. There we go.
No, you just no, your setback was just straining you. I wasn't throwing setbacks. I threw one setback at the first round with that.
Oh, really?
It was just bleeding on you.
Oh, okay.
You do get a setback for bad attitude.
That's right.
Oh man.
What happens?
Wait, so if he got 2 success, would that have been a tie or a win?
We would have had to see what the advantage. If you had a 2 success with anything else.
Oh yeah, okay, it would have been because he. Yeah, okay.
Because
yep.
Barf rolled 4 yellows and a blue against 3 setbacks and 2 reds, and came away with 2 successes.
Wow, yeah, that was so close. That was by a nose, as you said, just barely at the end. Barf. Damn.
Yeah, he missed third by a nose too. Just 'cause he had that advantage.
At least when you lose, Ted, it's not like you lose your ankle or something.
That was the Shistavanen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to go for him. I knew he had some stuff.
He was the veteran.
You smacked him.
He's played by.
He
John
was my
Candy, right?
What's that?
John Candy.
Yeah, kind of. He is a Barf. You guys haven't talked to him yet, but of the racers, he is by far he's the really nice one. Like he was the one that of the other 6, he was like I was cheering for Barf of the other NPCs because he was a really nice guy.
Nice.
But
in our hearts,
rolled,
you're still a winner.
He had a good roll
because you flew like a mofo. That was amazing.
Man.
This close.
So close.
A nose.
I might have to hang up my racing days. Might have to hang up my racing.
To just building ships. It's the sad thing.
Yeah.
His child is like, I hear you were a good racer. Nah, don't get into racing, kid. It's brutal.
That is right.
Dude, you need the newest, fastest ship. We know it's out there. Scribs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the secret. That's the secret.
Yeah.
Oh wait. I was thinking.
So I have a talent that I can use an action to increase the speed, which I was like, man, I wish I could actually take an action to increase the speed. I also realized that if I slowed down in this one, I would have an easier roll. So I probably could have taken a maneuver to actually slow down, because all that mattered was success and failure. There was no.
Your abilities don't always work for the custom rules of the race, right? Like the race is built with the homebrew rules, and you lose some of the abilities to use those.
And actually, reading Genesis made me. I should have just gone into this blank and just been like, I know nothing about how vehicle rules work. It would have been more enjoyable, I think, to just
you did great.
I'm sorry, guys.
No,
you did great.
No, it was good.
I worked really hard on this, and I simmed it a bunch, and you won every time I simmed it. You won every goddamn time, man.
It's totally fine.
And I worked really hard on this, and I'm sorry it interfered with your enjoyment.
No, it didn't.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just,
I think you're really good at second, Ted. You're really good at second.
I'm really good at second. I know.
2 for 2.
Yeah.
No, I loved it. That was amazing.
Yeah,
I love the way you slam other ships. You pull out of boulders.
I like the story of it. It was really cool. It was
really-
a good story.
All you can ask for is a good close ending, you know?
Right?
Oh,
Exactly.
I
Like,
know.
thank God you weren't at the end like, well, you lost, but you didn't
Right.
get last.
I know.
Don't feel too bad for Ted. Vod's going to come back missing an arm or something here real soon, so it's going to
Right?
get real
I
bad.
know.
It's going to get real bad. You guys are trying to
Oh,
figure
I'm
out, like,
excited.
when
I'm
we get
excited to see the mountain and you battle. That'll be fun.
It's not going to go well.
That'll
It's not going to go well.
be good. It'll be good.
Twice my height, 8 times my weight.
Take him out at the kneecaps.
Just
Well,
kneecap hits. Yeah.
yeah. This
Is
was
there
fun.
some way you do a focused attack? Is that something I can do? Can I like target a? It's like target the weapon. I can target the
Yeah.
weapon. Yeah. All right.
Again.
Well,
There's definitely like the called shot in ranged. So
the what?
called shot in ranged stuff.
Yeah, we're not doing ranged here.
Is there a called shot in melee? Can you melee called shot?
You can target you can target a certain thing. I forget what you have to do that. Maybe it's a triumph actually. But, you know, it basically you can hit their weapon.
Yeah.
And I think that's all. Well, we lost our GM. All right, folks.
I know. Well, I know. I should have put a better.
No, it
Based
was
on
good.
all
It
that.
was good.
Sorry,
It was good.
but
It was good.
yeah.
It was good.
All right. Well, I will see you guys. I'm gonna go to bed. I think. Well, I don't know. I thought we were done.
I'm just kidding.
It is 1 o'clock your
The
end.
latest
It
is
is.
gone. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
all
man.
good.
Yeah, that was fun.
Ian,
That was
I'm sorry. I should have been more chill about that. My apologies, man.
Well,
I know you put a lot of
I
work
mean,
into it.
I was cheering for you, man.
It's all good. It's
And
all
I tried to make rules that were like fun and made the race feel like not a gimme because you are such a
Yeah.
good pilot. It had to like.
It wasn't. That's how these dice are, though. Like that's just how the dice roll. It's not
Right.
like you average a 10, so you mostly get, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s. Sometimes you roll a 3. Like it's just
Mhm.
that's just how it is. Like I rolled 6 or 7 yellows all of those rounds, and I got 0 triumphs. Like that's just how it is.
And when
Let's talk
Rigel
about
didn't
it
need triumphs, he got a
offline.
bunch of them.
Let's talk about it offline, Ian. I just have I have thoughts about what makes things fun for me. And
Sure.
I thought the story was awesome. Like I thought the actual like elements of it and all of like the racers and all of it's so dynamic and so like badass and just like the personalities and like having Patrice be such an asshole so good. It's so good. And I think that that I don't want to like take away from because it was amazing and I can tell how much work you put into it. And yeah, that's it. So thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't care where I end up at the end of it.
It is a lot of work.
I don't care where I end up.
Thank you is appreciated.
I don't care where I end up at the end of it. What matters to me, like during it, is that I understand what I'm coming into, and that I understand what agency I have as a player.
Yeah.
And
that makes sense.
That's the only thing that I like. If I don't have agency, I don't have as much fun. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but you still got to do all your piloting roles.
And piloting rules aren't the thing that makes it fun. Taking a decisive choice of like what's the action and what's the maneuver I want to make, that's what's fun, is like having a choice of saying, okay, I have these options, but it felt like the only option I had was take a dangerous driving check.
Yeah. Well,